subscribe, cause Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made of gold. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good afternoon, good day, good day, good day. Oh boy, we got a lot of stuff going on today, right? I think so. I got one earring. I don't have the other ear. Oh, yes, I do. I got both earrings. Like, where's all my earrings? We're going to have our boy back on the stand today on Cross. Ooh, crisscross to make you jump, jump. I don't know how he going to do on that. He probably not going to do well at all. The prosecutor's probably about to eat his ass. He's about to put belt to ass when we get in Hawaii later. I think they got it starting at like 1 o'clock for Hawaii, just so y'all know. But with that being said, we got our trial that we have here that's going to be for us to watch. Let me see. What is it? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I got our feed up. So we should be able to skip through some of their breaks and things like that, which would be awesome to kind of keep us going and in the flow of things. Let's see here. Good morning, Marilda. Hey, Susie. Good morning, SD. Good morning, anybody that is working and lurking or lurking and twerking, whatever you might be doing. Hey, lady. Good morning. Hey, Brooklyn. Brooklyn in the house. Yeah, so we got an exciting day coming up. The Hawaii case is where he wanted to push his wife off the cliff. And then he was going to jump off the cliff, but he couldn't do neither nor right. So we are here today. He got a whole bunch of explaining to do. Well, he caught himself trying to explain yesterday with a bunch of bull, but whatever. Now, just so y'all know, so in this case yesterday, we actually heard from the victim's partner that was there. We were able to see more video footage that came from the young lady who had the kids in the house and she had called 911. We were able to see some closer because she took the video footage with her phone. We also heard from Tremaine's girlfriend, I guess, possible baby mama, because she thought he was the baby daddy at one point in time, and he turned out not to be the baby daddy. And we heard from her also yesterday, and she was like, well, I told the girl to come over here and let's fight. She calling my man at 2:30 in the morning. Let's get it on. So the girl was like, sure, I'm going to come to your house, but I'm going to bring my homegirls with me. And they jumped her. She asked for a fight and they gave her a fight and then they jumped her. Interesting. And so they wanted the rematch. So they decided to come back the next day. But Tremaine's possible baby mama, she was like, well, this time I'm going to have some people with me to make sure that they don't jump me again. So she had her guy Ray Sean at the scene and he had his pews and he was ready. He was like, if anybody try to jump in, I'm gonna pew you. So I guess the girl after that, she decided to go back to her dude, Tremaine, and was like, look, I went over there to beat your baby mama ass. And she had some guy there that had some pews. And Tremaine was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, no, he didn't. So Tremaine went to the baby mama house and was like, I guess with his new side chick. We'll just call it his new side chick. With his new side chick. And he was like, Ray Sean better come out. I'm shooting this whole motherfucker up. I'm shooting it all up. And they was like, we ain't about to be playing with you with no guns and stuff. And he was out there like, he was like a soldier or something, pacing back and forth and was just like, y'all better come out the house or I'm going to shoot in the apartment. Now, mind you, at this point in time, he thought that this was his baby mama house and he knows that this young lady had kids, but he didn't give a fuck. Okay. So he had on his book bag, his Just Do It. We thought he had on Crocs, but we confirmed he didn't have on Crocs because if he had on Crocs, he was guilty. But we confirmed he did not have on Crocs. So I'm not going to claim that. I'm not going to put that on him today. But what I do know is something happened in that alley. And what the defense is saying is whatever happened in the alley, the guy that was out there with like he was in the army or he was in some kind of patrol thing, going pacing back and forth with his pew, it wasn't him. Although they found all of his stuff there: birth certificate, social security card, rent receipt, light bill, gas bill, phone bill, credit card, driver's license. They found everything that come back to Tremaine. Okay. So there you go. There your update. Community box at Brooklyn. It means it is a little, it's a girl that is very boxes compared to your vajayjay. For women that have vajayjay, for YouTube purposes, I call it a box. Community means that you giving it out to your community. So anybody in your community, far as a man, can get it. And sometimes you'll hear me say community D. So what that means is he giving his D out to the entire community, whichever lady wants it. So there you go. You say it's not, it's Maine. It's Maine. It ain't Tremaine. Don't call him by his government. Never. I know these people that would never do things, huh? They say never. So hopefully that helps you with the whole community box. What that mean? Because she didn't know who her baby daddy was. So that must mean she got a community box because it means people are up in that vajayjay in the community. Look, all for one and one for all. You say she could afford a better here. I think that they have like somebody said that that is from this area in Milwaukee that they had this plexiglass everywhere. So maybe it's part of that because everything in here looked foggy. Like tell the cameraman to wipe the camera, please, and thank you. Mm-hmm. But let's go ahead and get into this testimony today. It may be some parts we'll run at 1.2.5 so we can make sure that we get as much testimony in before we go to Hawaii. I won't gain TiVo time in Hawaii only because we know the prosecutor is going to be up and he's going to be cross-examining our boy. So we won't have any TiVo. We'll go straight in and we'll plan on anything that we don't complete in this trial for today. We will finish after we get out of Hawaii because Hawaii may go to the jury. Maybe I would say tomorrow, if not this afternoon, you know, because they'll do their closing arguments and that'll probably be, jury instructions, or they may have to do a charge conference. So maybe not. Yeah, that's what somebody said. SD, I'm assuming so because it definitely looked foggy. All right, guys. Well, let me get us set up and then we'll get into this courtroom and see what action we got today.
Mr. Huebner.
Thank you. I don't plug my microphone, so let me use this one. That one's working. I guess I'll just talk really, really loud. The state and the defense have been talking about the conviction for witnesses. There is 2 citizen witnesses that will be coming up. One is Jamea Kitler. She has 2 convictions. That's a 23 CM operating a vehicle without owner's consent passenger and a 22 CM fleeing case. I do believe both are clearly, obviously relevant based on proximity and time. Therefore, her number will be 2. Additionally, Ms. Kitler is currently charged with harboring or being a felon. The negotiations regarding her disposition and criminal defense, obviously, it can be examined by parties in terms of her bias. So we'll be talking about both her open case and she will be instructed her number.
Is that open case related to this matter?
It is.
Yes.
This defense.
Okay. All right. Mr.
Right, Judge. So with respect to that witness, the number I think is 2. Also, I anticipate obviously discussions on the pending case because it's related to this would likely be grounds for cross.
Of course. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's fine. So she's being instructed. Her number is 2. I do find that both that 23 misdemeanor and the 22 fleeing or felony are relevant in time and proximity to what is happening here. So I think that is appropriate. And obviously the open case that is related to this matter, it will be, I'm certain, discussed by both of you, and that is appropriate.
Thank you. Additionally, there is another witness, Mr. Jones. I have run him in inter-county query, juvenile and adult. He has no conviction.
Okay.
The only thing he had was a ticket. So his number is 0. No one will ask him about his number.
Right. A ticket is certainly not a criminal conviction, so it will not be counted. So no, that's fine.
Thank you. And then lastly, there is one other that we need to discuss. It's actually from yesterday. It is Matt Truman. He does have a 2010 OWI criminal conviction that has been disclosed to the defense. The defense is taking a position, and we talked to the court about this, as it being one. The state had asked the position, taking a position that makes them 16 years old. There's been no history between them. It does not involve any dishonesty. And the fact that, based on Detective Truman's limited role, that conviction is not relevant as to credibility, and therefore we would ask that the number be 0. The court agrees.
All right. Mr. Jones, your argument?
I would have asked the number to be 1, Judge, and I'll leave it on that. The record is what it is.
All right. So that witness already testified. When I did my analysis and when I do my analysis, you know, I'm guided in some way, shape, and form by the federal 10-year rule. I'm not bound by it. When we talked about Mr. Johnson, he had, I believe, 3 convictions that were all of a similar nature. They were all drug convictions, 1 from 2009 and then 2 from 2008. I ruled that the 2009 was too remote in time, even though it was of the same character. It had not been continuing pattern during that intervening time. So I was not going to allow for the 2009 conviction to come in. His number was 2 and he answered to that. As far as Matt Truman, I think that it is an appropriate ruling to rule in the same fashion. That was just 1 year more recent than Mr. Johnson's conviction is 16 years ago. There is nothing else. There is no other pattern of anything or continued behavior of that sort. I think it would, I am going to rule that the answer would be 0. In addition to the fact that he's not going to be asked about it, I think recalling him and even to say 1, given the 16 years that have passed since that criminal conviction, as well as his highlighting it by recalling someone to ask them about that or entering a stipulation that discusses it, would unduly highlight it for the jurors. So I think that the answer should be 0 and it will not be mentioned. Again, he doesn't need to be recalled to even discuss that, because when the answer is 0 for someone, it just is never mentioned. So that will be my ruling as far as that is concerned.
That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Judge. That's it.
Okay, great. Then I think we are ready to go. We'll get the jurors out and we'll get started.
Grant, do you have exhibit 1 diagram?
Yeah, actually, it should be there.
Oh, it's
Should be somewhere in there.
where are you? So you're gonna have it out?
Yeah.
Okay. I figured you would, so. Don't put it away when you're done.
Fair enough.
There's some of your things.
Huh?
Just making sure.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Once again, a reminder that when we have this first witness come onto the stand, this is going to be someone that we cannot identify based on the judge's order, but you will hear the court and the parties, the prosecution, the defense, use the witness's name as part of the open court proceeding. You will not see the witness's face. The camera will not be based on the judge's order showing who that person is on the stand, but you will hear this individual's voice. There were 3 witnesses total.
Yes.
You can move the chair up. That's going to be much easier than trying to lean forward the whole time. There you go.
State your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Urban Toombs.
Good morning, Mr. Toombs. Now, I have a couple questions I'd like to talk to you about. Sir, I want to draw your attention to an incident, a series of incidents that occurred in June of last year. Were you present for some things that occurred on the area of 25th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
How were you familiar with that area?
I was staying there with my grandma.
You were staying with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just gonna kind of get that microphone there for you the best I can. Now, I'm gonna kind of show you, first of all, we have a Google map in terms of what we're referring to here, and I'm gonna zoom out just a little bit. So if we can see kind of, can you see the map from where you are? Let me move this screen so everybody can see it as best we can. If we're gonna be looking kind of in the area of, let's make sure, a little bit more.
Just hold on just 1 second here. I can't wait to see the witness. I know, so we're trying to position the court reporter, so.
Okay. She can't move. It is,
Just move it all to his right.
can you pick your chair up and just kind of bounce it over a couple of spots? Better?
Yeah, so-
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, just returning to where we were, we're going to be kind of discussing, you okay, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna be discussing what we're looking at. We can see Garfield, 24th, 25th. Is there kind of an apartment building on the corner of 25th and Garfield that you're familiar with?
Yes, sir.
And is that where your grandmother lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you staying with her at the time?
Yes, sir.
I want to kind of draw your attention to a series of fights that occurred out in the street. I want to talk about the day before the officers were killed. So the day before. Are you familiar with anything that occurred kind of in front of that residence?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see?
I seen a group of girls outside. And
I can't hear him.
I seen a group of girls outside, and they were arguing with the girls that was standing upstairs from me.
Now, sir, are you nervous?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
You don't want to be here, do you?
Not really, no.
Okay. It's gonna be okay. Just calm down and try to speak up into that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 117. If we're looking here at 117, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can kind of see what we're talking about here. And move it up. Do you recognize this intersection that we see here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This building that we're looking at in terms of here, is that the building that you were staying at your grandmother with?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 126. You recognize that building?
Yes, sir.
What building is that?
That's my grandma's house.
Now, is it an apartment building?
Yes, sir.
And did your grandmother, did she live on the bottom floor or the top floor?
She stayed on the bottom.
Now, you mentioned girls that kind of lived above you, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Did you know them?
No, sir.
I mean, had you seen them around?
Yes, sir.
Did you know if there was ever a guy that was up there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see a guy that kind of hung out with them?
Yes, sir.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
No, sir.
You eventually see a person that comes over to the residence with a gun.
Yes, sir.
You see that person in the courtroom today.
No, sir.
Could you please stand up and look around? You see him?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, sir.
Did you ever see him by that upstairs apartment as well?
I seen him probably like twice.
Could you please point to him and tell me where he's wearing, what he's wearing?
He wearing the glasses and the striped shirt.
Glasses and a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does he have a tie on?
No, sir.
Can you describe what his hair is like?
It's like twisted.
Like a little twisted?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to him for me, sir? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses both pointed to and described the defendant.
Any
I
objection?
think that's accurate, Judge. I do need him to keep his volume up, though.
Yep.
So I'm not,
I understand. The record will so reflect, Mr. Toombs, I know you're nervous. I know you don't want to be here, but we don't want to have to prolong it by having to ask you to repeat everything. If everybody can hear you, just feel free to use your best outside voice and speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, now, I want to get to before the defendant's showing up. I want to stay on that first fight that occurred the day before. How did you see it? Like, how does it come to your attention?
I had just came from volunteering. I think I got dropped off, and when I got dropped off, it kind of was going on. Everything was taking place.
You said it was going on.
Yeah, it was like everything was going on. Like,
What's going on? What are you seeing?
girls arguing. Yeah, girls was arguing.
Were they fighting?
Not at the time, no.
Do you eventually see a fight that night?
Eventually, yes.
And can you describe the fight?
They was just fighting.
Did you stay outside to watch it?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I was curious.
Did that fight eventually end?
Yes, sir.
Where did all the girls go?
Wherever they went, they went their own way.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the night that the officers were shot and killed. The officer was shot and killed, another officer here. Were you present for the events that occurred then?
Yes, sir.
Was there something that, before we get to the shooting of the officers, I want to talk to you about kind of the events leading up to that. Were you present for the initial confrontations between girls?
Yes, sir.
How did you come across this? What brought it to your attention?
It kind of just played out how it did the first time. Yeah.
Where were you when you're seeing this confrontation between girls?
I was by my grandma's house, like right on the side. Like I could see everything.
Kind of in that little front porch area?
Yes, sir.
And so if we're looking here on the house residence, we're kind of talking about this area where we can see stairs and doors and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was the fight occurring?
Kind of like in the street.
Now, this second fight that occurs, the girl that lives above you, did she have a guy with her this time?
Yes, sir.
And while you're kind of watching this altercation, do you take any videos with yourself?
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
I was gonna post it.
You're gonna post it?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna send it around. Yeah. Post it. Yeah. Show people. You know.
I can't hear the answer, Judge.
Yep.
I was gonna post it and like send it to people that I knew. Stuff like that.
About girls fighting?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Maybe it would be easier if you pull your chair up a little bit more. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, now. Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 124 back in the computer. There is a folder entitled Video from Urban Tombs. Within that folder, there is a single audio-visual file that I am going to be opening with DLC Media Player. I will be playing and moving this video into evidence at this time.
Objection.
All right, received without objection.
Can you see the area and the video?
Yes, sir.
Did you take this video?
Yes, sir.
Is this the video from kind of the first fight that happens between the girls on the night of the shooting?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to kind of, what we're talking about here, we can see what appears to be what? It's kind of light out. It's not as dark as what we're going to be talking about later. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We can see here appears to be one group of females. Is that the group that lived above you?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to be playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 7 seconds. We could hear someone laughing. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Me.
And I want to draw your attention to kind of two different areas of the video. If we're looking kind of down the block, you can see 25th Street, you see the apartment building. Do we see kind of in the I guess in the distance, that other group of girls that was involved in this argument or fight?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to draw your attention to another individual. It's going to be this individual that we see here. See, he's got black top, some long dreads, red shorts. Was he associated, was he this male that was associated with the group that lived above you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who he is?
No, sir.
Are you going to notice anything about this individual?
No, sir.
Did he appear to be armed with anything?
Oh, yes, sir. He did.
What did he have?
He had a handgun.
And going to tools and filters, effects, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom, and moving over. Playing for a little bit, from 7 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 15 seconds into the recording. This individual that we're seeing, he appears to have kind of like a small backpack on his front. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And we can see what appears to be kind of a magazine of a firearm for a handgun in his short spot or in his waistband or something along that. Did you see him at this or during the fight between the girls ever pull the gun out?
Not to my knowledge. No. No, sir.
Did you see him intervene in the fight in any way?
No, sir.
Now, going back from effects and filters, going out of the interactive zoom, closing. I'm going to play the remaining portion of this video from 15 seconds.
Wait, get your messy ass on. You so irritating.
Oh, the cheat is going on Facebook.
Go, come on.
Oh my God.
Turn the whole crowd on right now, buddy. You didn't know this. That nigga got that eye. That nigga got that eye. Did you do shit? You get no eye. You get no eye. Nigga got that eye. He cut through my eye. Yeah, you did. It's what you did, fuck. You really did something. Oh, my mama. She made some never kiss her. Yeah, that's the one I kicked you. Yeah. That bitch, shut your ass.
And pause me at 59 seconds into the recording. Is that a fair and accurate copy of that video you took?
Yes, sir.
Now, does the group with the guy with the short guy with the dreads and the shorts, red shorts. Does that group of girls, do they stay outside or do they go back up into the apartments?
They eventually go in. They didn't stick around.
What about the other group of girls?
They kind of was just out there, like hanging out. Yeah, they said they wasn't leaving.
Okay, they said they weren't leaving?
Yeah.
At some point, do you see them joined by any individual?
What you mean?
Fair enough. Bad question. Does anyone join that other group? Does anyone show up?
Later on, yes.
Okay. How much later?
Probably like an hour later. Not even, yeah. I want to say like an hour later.
Who's this person that shows up to join that other group?
I guess I don't know who he is to them, but
You don't know his name.
I know who he is. Like,
Is that the guy you already identified in court?
yes, sir.
But you don't know his name and you didn't know him like that?
I didn't know him like that. No, sir.
Do you know how he's associated with the other group of girls that stayed around outside?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, when the defendant shows up and is kind of with this other group of girls, does he have anything with him?
Yes, sir.
What?
A long barrel rifle.
You have a rifle?
Yes, like a big gun.
A big gun?
Yes.
Was he wearing anything on his back?
A book bag.
And what's the defendant doing?
It was trying to get the guy to come outside.
How's he doing that?
He was walking around, pacing around. He was yelling, "Come outside. Come outside."
Now, do you go into your grandmother's house or do you kind of still stay out?
I was kind of still on the porch, like watching everything.
Why are you watching?
I was curious.
Guy shows up with a big rifle, you continue to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, while the defendant is outside in the street with this rifle, do you see him ever do anything with it?
He shot it in the air a few times.
Now, I want to, Your Honor, remaining on the same exhibit.
Okay.
124, same video exhibit, the flash drive. Now going to the video folder entitled Alicia Moore Garfield Video Folder. There are the two videos we've already talked about, beginning and going to the first video that ends in 103521, opening with VLC Media. And going to effects and filters, video effects, geometry, interactive zoom. We're going to kind of focus in on the area that we're talking about. Placing it on the big screen. Do you recognize the area that we see here, sir?
Yes, sir.
And when we're kind of watching this video and kind of seeing this area, is this that other group of girls that kind of been hanging out there for a long time, trying to get someone to come out from outside that apartment?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to play, while this is happening, you indicated that you were hanging out where?
On my grandma's porch.
On the porch?
Yeah. It's like a ramp.
The ramp?
Yeah.
So if we're talking about kind of, would this be this area that we can see with the stairs and the front porch area and then the ramp in the front?
Yes, sir.
And just gonna go back so we can kind of take a look at 126, so we can see the area that we're referring to. Are you referring to kind of this area that we see right here?
Yes, sir.
Now, before the shots, while the defendant is kind of in that area with that rifle, does he ever talk to you?
Yes, sir.
What does he ask you?
He said, did I see anybody? Did I see another dude?
Did he
Did I see anybody with a gun?
see anybody with a gun?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 10 seconds into the recording. This individual that we see here with the rifle, is that the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And does he come and talk to you and ask you whether or not you saw anybody with a gun?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 10 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 37 seconds into the recording. The video shows the defendant kind of going over by the area of where the porch or the front area is and pointing up. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Is he talking to you at this time?
Yes, sir.
If you remember. Now, playing from 37 seconds. Pausing at 53 seconds into the recording. Did you see him shoot into the air?
Yes, sir.
Was that the defendant saying, bring it outside?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to stay out there and watch?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I was curious. I wasn't trying to go in the house.
Your Honor, staying on the same exhibit in the same folder, video folder, now going to the second ring video in the Alicia Moore video folder. Now having the 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording. Later on, is this kind of the same area with the same group of people that we've already been discussing?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to discuss and kind of highlight and talk about another person that we're going to see come out of the video. Playing from 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the recording.
Yeah, everybody else got a strike. Bring them outside. I do here. If you don't come outside, I'm treating you all three. Oh, you got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. All three. No time.
Focusing in. I'm going to zoom in even more so without distorting it. Can we see this individual? What appears to be a white top on, hands in pockets, who just came from kind of the area of where that porch is. You know who that is?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Me.
Where are you going?
Watching.
Observing?
Yes, sir.
Going back to the larger zoom and playing from 3 minutes and 6 seconds into the pausing at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. So you now kind of come out. We see that there's the defendant is kind of there. Is he talking to you, or is he just generally yelling at the apartment building?
He was talking to me.
Now, at some point, sir, we've seen the first shot. Do you see the defendant ever fire more shots while we're in this corner?
It might have. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, eventually, yeah. Yes.
Now, is there kind of some return fire? Can you explain what's happening?
So basically he kind of was just telling them like, come outside. He was basically just telling them like, come outside. Like he was giving them multiple chances to come outside and they didn't come outside. And after so long, after he kept saying it, the dude upstairs, he started shooting at him.
At the defendant?
Yes, sir.
So the defendant shooting and the man shooting back?
Yes, sir.
So kind of return fire on this second grouping of shots.
Yes, sir.
What happens to the group when this happens?
Everybody scattered.
And what did you do?
I kind of went that direction.
You followed them?
Yes, sir.
Why did you follow this other group?
I was just trying to see what was going on. I was trying to observe. That's all.
Now, which way does this group of girls and the defendant go? If we had, just so we can orient ourselves, if this is 25th Street, and this is your apartment building, we're kind of like video was looking towards the intersection right here, and we know that the alley that we're going to end up is over here on 24th Place in Garfield. What direction do you guys take?
We kind of went back the opposite way.
So down Garfield,
Yes, sir.
away from your apartment building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're walking down that area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you eventually end up kind of in this intersection area of 24th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's happening when this group of individuals is over by the intersection of 24th and Garfield?
So like they was just talking for a little bit, and like they was just kind of trying to decide what they was gonna do. And
Now, before we get to that, I do have, I want to just go back a little bit to the area of 25th Street in Garfield. I now have, Your Honor, on the same exhibit, State's Exhibit number 124, within another folder. This is the video from Markeisha Johnson, the second video of that, which I'm now placing on the big screen. And playing at this portion at 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Do you recognize that individual that we saw there as I paused at 5 seconds?
yes, sir.
Is that the person you already identified?
Yes, sir.
Can we see the backpack that he was wearing?
Yes, sir.
Can we see that kind of ski mask that he had over his head?
Yes, sir.
The gun that he had in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Playing from 0 minutes and 5 seconds into the recording. And pausing at 10 seconds into the recording. So I want to draw your attention. Same individual, ski mask kind of pulled back, backpack. You'll recognize this individual hanging back from the crowd with a white shirt and shorts on.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
And is that the defendant with that gun, that backpack, and that ski mask?
Yes, sir.
Is the ski mask sometimes referred to as like a pushiesty?
Yes, sir.
That is it's like a famous rapper who wears it, right?
Yes, sir.
My kid's old. Now, in terms of what happens next, I want to draw our attention to kind of hanging out and move into this area, the intersection of 24th and Garfield. Are you still going to be wearing that white shirt and shorts that we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I now have State's Exhibit number 184 in the big screen. It is the first video that is within the Q217 video. Getting the interactive Zoom ready. Playing from this portion at 1 second into the recording. We can see there appears to be kind of a big group of people by the intersection. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Group seems to go. Another individual catches up with them. Drawing your attention to the back, and we see a person with a white top kind of following at a distance behind the group.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Me.
Now, Honor, moving to the second video within that same exhibit, states exhibit number 184. And going to the big screen again. And playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording. Pausing at 3 seconds into the recording. This individual, we can see that's got, appears to be some sort of ski mask on his head and the backpack. See that person in the video?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to continue. 0 minutes and 3 seconds, which is where I paused it. And pausing at 8 seconds into the video. We see an individual in white shirt, shorts, with his hands in his pockets. It's now kind of following behind him.
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
Me.
What are you doing?
Watching.
And what's happening at this point?
I guess they was trying to like gather their thoughts and come figure out what they was gonna do.
Now, at some point, does the group split up?
Yes, sir.
Where do the girls go?
I don't know. They went their own way.
Did you see where the defendant went?
Yes, sir.
Where'd he go?
He stayed posted in the same area.
I'm sorry?
He stayed posted in the same area.
Same area.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the area that he's going to post or hang out in?
It was some cars over there. It was like some bushes.
Can you speak up?
It was some cars. It was some cars and some bushes, and it was pretty dark.
Show you what has been marked. It's exhibit number 34. You recognize this area?
Yes, sir.
Is this the area where the bushes and the darkness and the cars, is that where the defendant decided to tell you he was going to post?
Yes, sir.
Does he still have his gun with him?
Yes, sir.
Still have his backpack?
Yes, sir.
Still have that ski mask, that flu chase?
Yes, sir.
And the girls have left.
Yes, sir.
Where do you go?
I had told him, I said I was gonna just walk around just to check and see if there was any cops coming.
Do you think the cops are coming?
Eventually.
Now, when you leave the defendant, he's still in this area around where the cars and the overgrown weeds are.
Yes, sir.
So you're checking around in the area, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, you end up kind of back in that alley, a little further down towards your apartment.
Yes, sir.
You see any?
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
I see two cops like checking that area, like looking around, like looking in that area with their light.
So you saw you said two cops, two police officers.
Yes, sir.
How could you tell they were police officers?
Because they was flashing their light, and it just, you could just tell it was cops.
What happens next?
Like when they got in the alley a little bit, like when they pointed their light towards the bushes, Um, shots was just let off
How many?
a lot.
See what happens to the officers?
Well, one of the officers hit the ground, and the other one was trying to run off a little bit, but he realized his partner was down, and he came back to help his partner.
You see where the shots came from?
It came from the bushes by the cars.
Came from this area?
Yes, sir.
What happens next?
I kind of just stood there for a minute, like I was kind of in shock. And I was gonna try to go help the officer. I was gonna try to help the officer, but his partner told me to stay back, so I backed up and went back the other way.
So you went to go check or see if the officer needed help, and partner told you to get back.
Yes, sir.
You're that individual that came and talked to the officer who was over his partner.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go after that?
I went back towards my grandma's house.
At some point later in that night, do you see the defendant again?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
He had cut through some people's yard.
Can you talk about what happened?
No, sir. He didn't talk about it.
Did you say anything about who he thought it was?
Yeah. Yes, sir, he did.
What did he say?
He thought it was somebody else.
Thought it was dude?
Yes, sir.
What was your reaction to that?
I kind of just was like it was some cops. Like, y'all wasn't even nobody else.
Did he mention anything about something he was missing?
His bag.
And what you guys talk about whether or not he should go get his bag?
I said, skip that bag. We need to go. Just get up out of here.
Now, I want to go through a number of exhibits with you. First of all, it's going to be State's Exhibit number 242. But there coming time where the detectives asked to see if you could identify the person that you saw with the black rifle pistol. The person we're talking about, the bag and the gun that you saw shoot up in the air in 25th and Garfield.
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that right there?
Mine.
And whose signature is that right there?
Mine.
Is this the form you went through with the police?
Yes, sir.
Did they show you a series of photos in a folder?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to identify the person that you saw that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 242 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 242. And in this particular instance, did you circle yes for the person in folder number 2?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 244. Flipping back, you recognize those initials?
Yes, sir. Me.
Your Honor, the state would move 244 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Is that the individual that you identified as being the person who saw that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your initials on the bottom corner of that photo?
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure I understand it. The person in this photo, is he the one that showed up with the backpack and the rifle and the ski mask on his head?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that you saw shoot up in the air and by the house on 25th and Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that you kind of followed around as he was walking around over by 24th Place in Garfield?
Yes, sir.
Is he the one that told you he was going to hang out or post in that wooded area by those two cars?
Yes, sir.
When you left him, is that the person that still had that gun, that bag, and that mask on his head?
Yes, sir.
And is that the person that told you that he thought it was due?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach you?
Sure.
Mr. Toombs, I'm showing you what's been admitted as exhibit number 1. Do you see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it's not drawn to scale, but do you see what it's trying to depict here? The alleyway, North 24th Place, Garfield, right? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
See where those two cars are depicted, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So looking at exhibit number 1, you can orient yourself to the evening with respect to that drawing. Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some questions about where you were on this drawing. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Before we get into the specific locations of that drawing, I'm going to ask you some preliminary questions about what you were doing that evening. First of all, you indicated that when you got dropped off at your grandma's place, the girls were already outside arguing and hollering. Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you were going to your grandma's house, what, to see your grandma?
No, I was staying there.
Oh, so you were living there.
Yes, sir.
So you get dropped off where you're living, and you see an argument in the street with a group of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
A guy with red shorts with a gun,
Yes, sir.
right?
Right.
And you saw the gun that the guy with the red shorts had, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your reaction was to pull out your cell phone and start filming it
Yes, sir.
and to start laughing about it.
Yes, sir.
Right. You didn't think to go inside?
No, sir.
You think to call police?
No, sir.
Were you worried about it escalating to shots being fired?
No.
Okay. But it ultimately, later on, someone shot in the air, right?
Right.
So things have escalated from screaming to shots being fired in the streets, right?
Right.
And then someone's actually shooting back from that apartment building, right?
Right.
And that's the apartment building you stay in
Yes, sir.
with your grandma.
Yes, sir.
Is your grandma home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you want to go and check on her since shots are being fired in your neighborhood?
I
Or
didn't
did you
feel,
just want to keep filming it?
yeah, I was kind of trying to keep filming.
You just wanted to keep filming it.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any inclination to call the police once shots got fired?
No, sir.
Did you have any inclination to maybe go inside when shots got fired
No, sir.
or leave the area?
No, sir.
So you weren't worried about getting shot?
No,
Why?
because I wasn't thinking about that.
What were you thinking about?
Everything that was going on.
Well, what do you mean by everything that was going on? What does that mean?
How that was.
You think you might get good footage to post online?
Yes, sir.
For what?
For likes, views.
So you're videotaping this so you can post it online to get some views, right? To
Right.
get attention. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a gun with you?
No.
Now, you didn't have any relationship with these girls, right? You just known they lived in the building, correct?
Correct.
You didn't know the guy in the red shorts with
No,
the
sir.
guns?
No, sir.
And you didn't know who you claim is Mr. Tremaine Jones with the long rifle either.
No, sir.
You didn't know any of these people.
No, sir.
Okay. And then when it escalates to shots being fired, you start following them around and hanging out with them.
Yes, sir.
Right. Were you trying to get involved in the crowd or what were you trying to do? Be important? What?
I kind of was just there observing.
Why?
I was curious.
What were you curious about? What did you think was going to happen next?
I don't know.
So you just said, I'm seeing shots fired in my neighborhood where my grandma's home and I'm just going to keep filming it and hang out with these people. Right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't talk to Tremaine Jones or know who Tremaine Jones was before that day, did you? Other than you'd seen him.
Right. Yes, sir.
Right. You didn't have a relationship with him. You weren't friends with him, right?
Correct.
So when you see shots being fired, the shots being fired from the apartment building, okay, that was someone returning fire out towards the street, true?
Yes, sir.
That's the street you were out on.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were they firing at the guy with the long gun?
Yes, sir.
It makes sense. Guy with the long gun shoots in the air, guy from the apartment building shoots back.
Yes, sir.
You're standing near the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Again, you're not concerned about getting shot.
No.
You don't call 911.
No.
Now, if I understood your testimony correctly, the guy with the long gun shoots in the air once and then people fire at him from the apartment building, true?
Yes, sir.
It's only after he was fired upon from the apartment building that the guy with the long gun returned fire, true?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did you know if law enforcement was called or was on their way?
Eventually, yes, sir.
When did you learn that?
Once the shots was fired, I kind of figured somebody would eventually call the police.
Okay, so you figured police were coming since shots were fired.
Yes, sir.
And when police started arriving, did people scatter?
At the time when the police had came, nobody was around.
So by the time police came, everybody had already dispersed or scattered.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And which direction did you go? Where did you go when everyone scattered?
I walked through the alley, basically walked around the block.
You didn't go home?
No.
Okay. What direction did the girls go?
The opposite way of me.
Okay. On exhibit number 1, can you see where the girls went in relationship to exhibit number 1?
Okay, there's the
Yes or no?
no.
So it's not on exhibit number 1 where the girls went.
Right.
What about on the second page? Now that you have 25th Street and Garfield. Is it on there where they went?
Yeah, they went back the opposite way.
Well, I don't know what the opposite way is. Which way is the opposite way? This is a little map. You can tell me where, okay, let's break this down. Where were you?
I was on this side.
Okay. You're on where?
I can't really vision it like that.
You can't envision it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't vision it like that.
So you can't really tell us where you were. All you know is that you were somewhere and the girls were somewhere else.
Correct.
What about the guy with the long gun? Was he with you?
I wasn't near him.
Okay. So you kept following him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you walk together? Did you talk? Did you run? What'd you guys do?
We was walking.
Walking where? You said around the block.
Okay. Okay, so when we walk down the block,
Towards what direction? Towards 25th or 24th Street?
back towards 24th.
24th Street, because be correct, there's 25th Street, 24th Place, and then 24th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
So you're walking towards 24th Street.
Yes, sir.
And the girls are walking towards 25th Street.
Correct.
Okay. You're walking with the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys talking
Not like that. No. No.
at all?
No.
Did you guys formulate a plan where you wanted to go?
No.
Were you just following him around, filming him? What were you doing?
I just was following him
Why?
because I was curious.
What about?
I never seen nothing like that. That excited me.
You're excited.
Yes.
You want to be a part of the action.
No, I just was curious. That's all.
You thought it was smart then to follow a guy around and shot a gun off in the streets.
I didn't think it was smart, but at the time I was just doing whatever.
At some point in time, you say that you now see that the police arrive, right? And they start walking.
Yes, sir.
Where were you when you were watching the police walk towards that alley?
I was on the opposite side of the alley.
Yeah, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. Now, I'm being very precise in my question.
Okay.
When you were watching the officers before they got shot,
Mhm.
you were watching them walk around. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Where were you, if you can tell us on Exhibit 1, either on the first page or the second page, where were you standing to be able to observe that, sir?
All right. So this was cars. I was like over here.
Can you mark an X on Exhibit 1 where you were? Okay. Let the record reflect the defendants put a black X on Exhibit number 1. You marked the X right there at the end of the alley, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when the police were walking around where you marked the X,
Mm-hmm.
you said that you saw the guy with the long gun go, I think you said post up or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
And he told you, hey, I'm gonna go post up.
Yes, sir.
What did that mean to you?
He was just gonna stay there.
Not take off, right?
Right.
I mean, he just shot a gun in public, right?
Right.
Walked around with a long gun in public. Yeah?
Right.
And he told you everybody's gonna wait around.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you're waiting where you are on the X. Where did he go?
He didn't move.
Where was he at the point you're at where you are on the exhibit number over the X? Where is he along here?
He was by the cars.
He's by these cars?
Yes, sir. You're at position where you drew the black X, and in fact, can you do me a favor? Let's just put your initials right next to that black X as well. Would you write there? You wrote an ET, is that correct? Yes, sir.
Okay. Now with this blue marker, can you tell me where you believe the guy with the long gun was, where he said he was posting up when the police walked up? Can you write that on there? Put an X. And the type, can you put an LG for long gun? Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect, I'll show the state, blue X, and the initials LG in blue. So you're down the alley and you're saying that the guy with the long gun's where you indicated next to the cars.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see the person with the long gun at that point in time?
No, sir.
So you're saying that you saw him go in that direction, but you don't know if he's staying there, waiting, you don't know if he's walked away. You can't see him at this point, fair?
Correct.
How long was it from the time that you were sitting in that position where you got the ET mark and when the shooting occurred with the officers, if you know? Ballpark.
Not even 60 seconds.
Pardon me?
Not even 60 seconds.
Not even 60 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. Well, we know it was 13 minutes from the time that the police were dispatched
Right.
until the shooting with the law enforcement occurred. What were you doing for those 13 minutes?
I was walking around.
Pardon me?
Walking around.
Where were you walking around, sir?
I walked around the whole block.
Hold on. Did you walk over by those cars? Or you just
Once-
LG?
Once I left that area, no, I didn't go back over there.
They left what area? Where the cars are?
Yes, sir.
So once you left the area of the cars, you couldn't see what was happening over by the cars.
Correct.
Okay. You left the area of the cars when? Significantly before the shooting started?
Yes, sir.
So several minutes.
Yes, sir.
So fair to say, you don't know what's occurring over by those cars where you wrote the LG for several minutes before the shooting of the officers occurred, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who's there and who isn't there, do you? You couldn't see it, could you?
Right.
Now, where you marked on exhibit number 1 where you were standing with the X, is that where you were when you saw the officers get shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then your instincts at that point was to approach the officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you approach the officers with your hands up?
I don't. No, sir.
Were you filming anything?
No, sir.
You heard several gunshots, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't run in the opposite direction.
No.
And you're saying you were able to see the officer actually go down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the dark.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a flashlight with you or anything giving you light?
No, sir.
Now, this is the part I'm really confused by. After the shooting, you walk up to where the officer was shot, right? And you get told, stay away. True?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from there?
I backed up and kind of went back towards my grandma's house.
Did you stay within the visual area of the police officer? Or did you just walk away from him?
I seen, like, once I backed up, I kind of just was able to see everything from the alley.
Okay. Let me get exhibit number 1 again. So this is after the shooting. So you see the shooting and you're where at the ET is in the black X, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Then you walk towards the officers, correct?
Correct.
And the officers are where?
Um,
On this map,
it was
when they got shot.
like right there.
Okay, can you mark a red X there? Put O or PO? PO. Okay. All right, so you put a red X on exhibit number 1 where the police officers were when you observed the shooting, correct?
Correct.
So I want to get this right. Your position where the black X is, you see the police officers get shot and there's a red PO with the X, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you approach the police officers,
Yes, sir.
okay? Which means you obviously must come down the alley, right, and move towards the red X.
Yes, sir.
You then claim at some point that you talked to the guy with the long gun after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Well, where did you talk to him?
I was by my grandma's house.
Well, on exhibit number 1, is your grandma's house at all visible on exhibit number 1? On the first page?
No.
No. Correct. What about on page 2? I'll bring it to you so you can see it. Your grandma's house on page 2? What's the address?
2205.
2205. Well, you see 2203. You see 2512, right? You see where your grandma's house is. What's the corner that your grandma's house is on?
25th.
25th and what?
Garfield.
25th. Well, this is showing the intersection of 25th and Garfield, is it not?
Yes, sir.
So is your grandma's house depicted on there?
No, sir.
Well, is it in this area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're saying you walked back to your grandma's house, which is away from where the police officers were.
Yes, sir.
After you'd approached them and they told you not to move.
Yes, sir.
You circled back to your grandma's house and for some reason you encounter the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
Did he have the gun with him?
No, sir.
Okay. Did he have his backpack with him?
No, sir. He
He
didn't.
just came up to you after apparently shooting police officers and just started talking to you.
He cut through some people's yard. Yeah, he cut through some people's yard, and I kind of just like seen him.
Okay, so now you're telling us that you, after the shooting, you go towards the police officers, yes?
Yes.
That took some time, fair?
Right.
And then did you run back to grandma's or walk?
I just kind of backed up slowly.
You backed up slowly.
Yes, sir.
So now you back up at least a half a block, if not more, to your grandma's house.
Mhm.
Right?
Right.
And you encounter apparently the guy with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
And he talks to you.
Yes, sir.
You said he cut through yards. Did you see him cut through yards?
Yes, sir.
Did you holler at the police, hey, there's a guy cutting through the yards?
No, I did not.
Did you alert anybody that you saw anybody?
No, sir.
After the shooting occurred when you were interviewed by police, do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you tell them what you saw?
Yes, sir.
And they knew who you were because you'd approached them in my t-shirt right before.
Right. Yes, sir.
And you're backing up towards your grandma's house and you're saying that the guy with the long gun, was he running? Was he walking? What was he doing?
He was running.
He was running.
Yes, sir.
So he apparently is running and you're backing up and you happen to encounter him over by your grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
This guy who never met before, never talked to before, just volunteers information to you.
Yes, sir.
And you said you saw where the shots came from when the officers got shot, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did the shots come from on exhibit 1? Can you point?
Right here.
So the shots came, you pointed to the same spot where you had the blue LG.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
So you saw, what did you see? You saw muzzle flashes? Did you see the actual person? What did you see?
I saw gunfire.
You saw gunfire or you heard gunfire?
I heard it and I saw it.
What did you see?
I saw somebody shooting.
What do you mean you saw somebody shooting? You saw a figure pulling a trigger? You saw a muzzle flash? You saw people react? What did you actually see?
I seen gunfire and then I just seen the cop hit the ground.
So you see gunfire, you see the cop hit the ground, and you run towards the police.
Yes, I wanted to help him.
Right, you didn't duck when you heard gunshots or run.
No.
In the lineup that you were asked about, do you ever... This is, I can put you.
Yeah.
242, this is exhibit 242. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is the instruction form they gave you to identify somebody, correct? We're asking you could identify somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were asking you to identify somebody with the black rifle pistol, is what it says. True?
Yes, sir.
And you identified who you believe had that long gun earlier in the day.
Yes, sir.
That's what you were identifying and who you were identifying when you filled this form out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're not able to identify or tell us exactly who did the shooting of the police officers because you didn't see the person, did you?
No, sir.
Or anything else?
Any redirect?
When you're identifying that individual, that's the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So he's the one that shows up on 25th and Garfield with that round.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that shoots the rounds off on you.
Yes, sir.
He's the one with the backpack.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that you then see him shoot towards the apartment.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that you then follow kind of along the streets.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that when we see in the video, kind of in that alley area, he's the one you're next to.
Yes, sir.
He's the one with the backpack.
Yes, sir.
He's the one that goes by the area of those two cars.
Yes, sir.
He's the one who says he's gonna post there for a bit.
Yes, sir.
He still has that backpack.
Yes, sir.
He still has that gun.
Yes, sir.
He still has that mask on his head.
Yes, sir.
And then when you leave, you never see him.
No, that was it.
And that's the area from where you last saw him with the gun and the backpack. That's where you see the shots coming from.
Yes, sir.
Now, kind of just going here for one moment to State's Exhibit number 1. You said this was very hard for you to envision. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, you were saying like without the pictures and everything, you can't, it's kind of hard for you to see what's going on.
Yes, sir.
For example, when we were looking at the second page in terms of where certain things were, you said you couldn't see your grandmother's residence. Right?
Yes, yes, sir.
Because there's just boxes with numbers.
Right.
Now, we can see on State's Exhibit number 1, if we flip to the second page, and if we're looking at it, we can see that there's a 2203 that is on there. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Your grandmother's address is 2205. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what is marked as 20, State's Exhibit number 126. And if we're seeing here, we can see 2205 right next door to 2203. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So, as much as Detective McFadden is trying to kind of give us a generalization of where things are, is this hard to understand or kind of see how everything plays out?
Yes, sir.
Your grandmother's is the same building, 2203.
Yes, sir.
Now, going back to State's Exhibit number 1, when you left the area, when you leave the defendant
Mhm.
who has the long gun,
Yes, sir.
are you starting to walk back towards your grandmother's house?
Yes, sir.
And the girls, they go the opposite.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So again, you said that this was a little hard to envision and kind of trying to figure out.
Yes, sir.
If your grandmother's house is to the left
Mhm.
from where we see the long gun person,
Yes, sir.
that would mean you were walking in the alley to the left,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah. I actually made a mistake because I meant to put it on that side.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just so we're clear, this should be over here.
Yes, sir.
In fairness, I mean, no offense to Detective McFadden, but we just got boxes with a bunch of numbers.
Right.
Would it have been better to have used an actual Google picture that shows you pictures and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Now, you're down the alley,
Yes, sir. Yeah.
and that's when you see the officers arrive.
Yes, sir.
And you see this individual here with the long gun.
Yes, sir.
That's when you left him.
Yes, sir.
Now, in fairness, you didn't actually see the person shoot. Is that fair?
No, sir.
When you left that area, was there anybody other than the defendant between those two cars?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody other than the defendant with that long gun?
No, sir.
Did you ever see anybody but the defendant with that backpack?
No, sir.
One moment. Nothing else, thank you.
Anything on that?
Yes. Showing you exhibit 1. So now that you've been oriented to exhibit number 1, do you think where you put the black X and the ET should actually be on the left side?
Yes, sir.
Okay, on the far left side, corresponding place?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's make a mark there.
Okay.
Black. Put your initials ET where you were now and circle the ET, please. So now you believe that you were, for the record, he's put a black circle with an ET as I asked him to do.
Okay.
On the left-hand side now on exhibit 1. So that's where you were when you saw the shooting, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's, you said you'd separated from the guy with the long gun, meaning you went in different directions.
Yes,
right?
yes,
You
sir.
told the guy with the long gun you were going to look around to see if cops were in the way.
Yes, sir.
Why would you want to help a guy know if cops are in the way?
Because I don't want nobody to get in trouble.
Okay. So you said, hey, man, I'll tell you if there's cops coming along.
Yes, sir.
You never made contact with him again to tell him there were cops there, did you?
I didn't get the opportunity to.
Okay. Because for several minutes, you'd separated from him and he left in that area by the cars.
Yes, sir.
You hadn't seen him in that area for several minutes until the police shooting.
Yes, sir.
You didn't see him afterwards. You claim is now over by your grandma's house.
Yes, sir.
Nothing else.
Anything on that?
No.
You may step down. You're all done. It's 10:10. I think we can take a morning break. You've been in for about an hour and a half. So do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate the case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. And do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Enjoy your break. We'll get you back about 15 minutes, okay?
Name and spell and vote for the record. Or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell and vote for the record.
Curtis Pelzinski, CURTIS, PELCZYNSKI.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long total have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
In total, 16 and a half years,
How long have you been a sergeant?
about a year.
And prior to your promotion to sergeant, what was your rank?
A detective,
How long were you a detective?
5 years.
I want to draw your attention to your time as a detective. Where were you assigned as a detective?
For the first about a year and a half, I was assigned to the robbery division. And then for the last 3.5 years of my time, I was assigned to the homicide division.
I want to draw your attention to the investigation into the June 26, 2025 homicide of Officer Corder. Were you involved in that investigation?
I was.
Were you a homicide detective at that time?
I was.
Now, did there come a time when you were involved in speaking to as well as conducting a photo array with Mr. Urban Toombs?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as states exhibit number 242. You recognize this form?
Yes, this is the photo array identification form I went over with Mr. Toombs that night.
Okay. And I'm going to draw your attention towards the bottom. Whose signature is that?
My signature.
Placing state exhibit number 242 on the big screen, and I'm going to kind of zoom in towards the bottom here. Does this show us, therefore, your signature as well as your name?
Correct.
Now, when you went through this photo array procedure with Mr. Toombs, did you follow all the procedures that the Milwaukee Police Department has?
To the best of my ability, yes.
Were 7 and 8 blank?
Yes, they were.
Was 1 a filler?
After I was found out, yes, it was a filler.
Okay. And then the position of from 2 through 6, did you and were you involved in positioning or finding the placement for the target within that 2 through 6?
I created the array and like brought the 6 photos together, and then Detective Majewski is the one that placed them into the folders for me so that I did not know which folder contained any of the photos.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you a number of other exhibits here, beginning with State's Exhibits numbers 246 and 245. You had mentioned the, I guess, switchback. Is that fair?
Correct. That's one of the terms we use.
And in 246, does this show us the photos?
Yes.
All right. And then if we're looking at 245, are those the big photos of all the fillers?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 245 and 246 in that.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Placing them kind of on the big screen so we can see the individuals in terms of that portion of it. Now, Detective, did you read the form to Mr. Timms?
I did.
You tell him that it was just as important to exclude the innocent as it was to identify the perpetrator.
Yes.
And to be clear, when you're asking him this question, you're asking him, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol? Is that fair?
Correct.
This is based on kind of his description of what he had seen that night and who he had seen. This is what you were attempting to determine.
Yes.
Now, who was the target of this photo?
Mr. Tremaine Jones.
And do you see Mr. Tremaine Jones in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him by where he is and what he's wearing?
He's seated to my right at the defense table. Looks like a black and white plaid checkered shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the detectives identified the defendant.
Any, all right, the record will so reflect.
And when Mr. Toombs was going through this photo array procedure with you, I want to kind of talk about how it went through and what his reactions were on the photos and the folders. When he sees the first photo, what happened?
He just opens the folder, looks at the photo very briefly, hands it back to me quickly, and I asked him the question, is this the person with the black rifle pistol? And he said, no.
And then I want to kind of go through now what happens when you get to folder number 2. What does he say?
At first, he didn't say anything. After I handed him the folder, he opened it, looked at it, closed it, and handed it back to me and just kind of sat there, kind of like blankly staring down towards the floor. So I again asked him, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol? He kind of sat there for a few moments, and I said, I need a yes or a no. And then he very softly said yes, or yeah.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 244. Was that the person who was in folder number 2?
It was.
Is that the defendant?
It is.
Now, did you continue on showing him the remainder of those photos?
I did all the way through the last folder.
Did he identify anyone else?
He did not.
Did you then come back to this photo and ask Mr. Toombs to do it?
Yes, after we completed the entire photo array, I showed him the rest of the folders in the series. We've completed the bottom of the form. I asked him to sign the bottom of the photo array form where it says that we completed the array. And then I asked him to initial the back of that photo that was in folder number 2.
Is this his initials right there?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. What day did this occur?
The photo array?
Yes.
It would have been right around midnight, the 26th into the 27th.
And just to be very clear, so we kind of understand how police had identified, while police are doing the investigation, there's the backpack that has a name, and then there's also the 911 call where the name Tremaine is mentioned. Is that fair?
Yes,
There's a number of different information coming.
correct.
And then that night, as you're talking to Mr. Toombs, you do this photo array, and the defendant is identified.
Yes,
Thank you. And just to be clear, identified with your question, is this the person you saw with the black rifle pistol?
yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Can I call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state will now call investigator Janelle, Bitch, I get her name wrong.
Bitlatchel.
Yes, I get it. I'm down with it.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pain and penalty of perjury? Yes. Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Janelle, Janel, Vitlatchel, Vytlaciil.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic investigator with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Over 20 years.
How long have you been a forensic investigator?
I've been with the unit going 9 years.
Now, in terms of your assignment as a forensic investigator, what are your duties?
My duties currently, I'm assigned to our forensics lab. So I process physical evidence that's brought to us for prints, DNA, or whatever forensic evidence processing they need done with it.
In terms of this assignment, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
We do go through training for lab chemicals and how to process using those chemicals, yes.
Is, for lack of a better term, in order to be kind of crimes investigator, forensic investigator, police department, it's kind of like an apprenticeship program?
So we started out, the forensic investigators started out as patrol officers. We get chosen and go through a testing process with a written and an oral interview, things like that. And then we go through a 120-hour program of training. And then we do field training, type training, and then we are on probation for a year. And then we have to do a proficiency test in order to actually get promoted.
And did you go through that entire process?
Yes.
Now, how long have you been a forensic investigator, crime scene investigator for Milwaukee?
About 9 years. About 9.
Approximately, how much of that time have you been in the lab as opposed to going out on the street?
Going on 5 years.
And you may not be able to answer this, but if you have any idea, approximately how many items of evidence that you process for latent?
Thousands.
Now, you mentioned that you're trained in both processing items for DNA as well as forensics. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that process that you go through. First of all, what is a latent fingerprint?
A latent fingerprint is a fingerprint that can't be seen with the naked eye, so we have to use some kind of agent such as dust or a chemical to develop that print in order to visibly see it.
Okay. If I touch an item, does that mean that my latent fingerprints are definitely going to be on that item?
No.
Why not?
It all depends on the texture of the surface. If the surface is layered with dust, if how oily or the moisture of your fingers, if your fingertips are completely dry, it may not leave a print.
Are environmental factors sometimes an issue?
Yes, rain, snow, smudging, washing it away, that'll also affect that too.
Increased heat, fire explosions, things like that?
Yes, it will destroy DNA and prints.
For example, that's one reason the crime lab doesn't test fired cartridge cases. Is that fair?
Fair.
Now, in terms of kind of what we're talking about, in order to process an item for latent fingerprints, what do you have to do?
There's plenty of different ways what we do in our lab. We do mostly chemical processing, and we have different types of processing that we go through. If you would like me to speak for this case in particular, I did 2 different types of processing.
Yeah, what did you do?
So one processing is the fuming method along with the dye stain method. So what it is we take the object, we look at it to see if there's any prints that we can visibly see. And if there are, we photograph it that way. But first we'll do a fuming treatment on it. So we'll put it into a chamber. And then inside this chamber, it takes a mix of humidity along with cyanide, which is super glue. It turns into a vapor form and it fills up this chamber. And then it adheres to the moistures and the oils left behind for a fingerprint, and we'll start to develop it and make it more visible. With that process, we also do a dye stain process, which this one I use a dye stain called Argix, which is a neon yellowish dye stain. So we saturate it and rinse it off and let it dry. And underneath a certain wavelength of light, so in this case, it would be a UV or a blue light, it'll actually glow. So we can develop the print that way to actually visibly see it. The other process that I use for the evidence in this crime in particular is a wet wop solution. So what this wet wop solution is for the sticky side of tape or stickers and things like that. So what it is, it's a liquid that has powder suspended in it. When you put it onto the surface, the powder that's suspended in the liquid will stick to the oils and moistures left behind in the fingerprint, and then the liquid is washed away and the print will be developed that way.
Now, additionally, you had mentioned that sometimes powder can be used, is that fair?
Yes.
And when we're talking about powder to develop a print, how is that?
With just normal powder, we have two different kinds of magnetic and volcanic powder. We just use a brush and we'll brush it on the surface and it'll stick to the moistures and oils left behind of the fingerprint and develop it that way.
Is forensic investigator Kenneth Schill someone that you work with in your unit?
Yes.
He has all the same training and experience?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've talked about how you process items for latent fingerprints. Just because I touch an item, you indicated it doesn't always mean that my latent prints are going to be on that item. Is that fair?
Correct.
Are you familiar, and I know you do, actually, do you do the actual identifications of latent prints?
I do not.
That's sent off to someone else?
That is sent to our latent print examiners.
Okay, those are people with different trainings and different experience.
Correct.
Are you familiar, however, even though you don't do the actual identifications, are you familiar with what we sometimes refer to as sufficient quantity and quality of latent?
Yes.
In fairness, that's what they're looking for to make an identification.
Correct.
You don't do that, but is that kind of what you're looking for when you're trying to figure out whether or not you have a usable latent print?
Yes, we're trained and familiarized with looking for points of identification in a print. So the points, if it's a whorl, a swirl, an arch, what's called minutia, curves, things like that, any kind of detail that could be left behind from your fingerprint, that's what we look for a significant amount of that to determine if possibly there could be an ID made, and then it is sent off to them for actual confirmation.
Now, in terms of latent or kind of sufficient quantity and quality of a latent print, ma'am, are there times that you are processing it and you see a latent print and you think it's got enough that an examiner is going to be able to do something with it, only to find out it was not usable for examination?
That's happened quite frequently, yes.
In fact, it happened in this case.
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned DNA, processing items for DNA. What's the method that you use for that?
So when we process for DNA, we will do DNA samples from an item before we do the fingerprint processing because the chemicals in the dust can contaminate that. So what the process with that is we'll take 2 sterile cotton swabs. One of them is moistened with distilled water and one of them is dry. We'll take those 2 swabs and we'll put them along the surface that we believe someone touched. So what we're looking for is touch DNA. So it's DNA that can't be seen, such as blood, saliva, things like that. So we're swabbing the areas that we believe that a subject may have touched to try to collect that. Those 2 swabs are then put into a glycine envelope, which is a wax paper type envelope, and then sealed inside another envelope that has case information on it.
And in terms of kind of examining or going through this process, are these the processes that you use in terms of your examination of a piece of evidence involved in this case?
Yes.
Now, again, do you do the DNA testing?
I do not.
Just because I touch something, does that mean my touch DNA is going to be on that item?
Not necessarily.
Could be for any number of the factors we've already talked about.
Correct.
Lastly, when you're looking at a latent print that you've been able to recover, can you tell us whether or not it's a fresh or a new print or an old print or any of this stuff we see in TV?
I cannot.
Why not?
If I touch a surface, as long as it remains undisturbed, it could stay there forever. if there's a print left behind. It all depends on environmental factors, humidity levels, things like that.
So for example, if you touch an item and nobody bothers to handle it, your print could be there for a long period of time.
Correct.
Obviously, the more people that handle it, anything can happen.
Correct.
Now, I want to just continue and kind of focus in on now, in this particular case, were you asked to look at and examine a particular item of evidence important in this case?
Yes.
What was that?
I looked at, processed, and examined multiple firearms in this case.
And I want to start off with showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 263. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
And what is this item?
That is the Palmetto State Armory rifle that I analyzed and processed.
Were you able to process this item for both latent prints and DNA?
Yes.
I also want to show you what has been marked as both State's Exhibits numbers 238 and 239. Do you recognize these two items?
Yes.
What are those?
So one is a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber handgun and one is a Glock 40 caliber handgun. Those are two other firearms that I processed with the same methods that I used for the rifle for this case.
And were you able to process those two handguns for DNA?
Yes.
On the handguns, processing of the handguns for DNA, where did you take the swab?
So for all firearms, we take a minimum of 3 DNA samples from the firearm. So we take it from the grip of the firearm, because that's where the subject will be holding the firearm while holding it the correct way. The trigger and inside the trigger guard of the firearm, and then any buttons, so the magazine release, slide lock back, take down levers, things like that. We'll swap those buttons, along with if there are sights on the firearm, we'll swab those sights. And then if there's a magazine, we'll swab the top of the magazine where you load the ammunition into it.
And in this particular case, were you able to do that for those two firearms?
Yes.
Did you also process and swab the rifle for DNA?
Yes.
And were those then given to detectives so they can, or processed and inventoried, and then detectives can send it to the crime lab?
Correct.
Did you process the rifle for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
Did you process the handguns for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
Did you find any latent fingerprints on handguns?
On the handguns, no.
Now I want to talk to you about the rifle. Let's talk about the manner in which you kind of process this rifle for latent fingerprints. I currently have right now case exhibits numbers 320 through 327. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these.
And what are those?
Those are photographs that I took of that rifle.
Did you take these?
Yes.
And do they show both the rifle and the manner in which you received it, as well as kind of some of the steps you took in order to see if you could find any latent fingerprints at any point on this rifle?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibits numbers 320 through 327 in evidence.
I do not object.
Received without objection.
All right, placing state's exhibit number 320 on the big screen. I'm just going to kind of move this back a little bit. And do you see what we are looking at here?
Yes.
What is this?
That is the frame of the rifle, along with 2 magazines that are duct taped and rubber banded together. So it shows that is on that case number, and that is item number 67 in my case.
Okay, so we can see here the magazines that are rubber banded and duct taped together, as well as this firearm. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, now I want to kind of draw your attention to the end or the butt of this rifle. Was there anything you can see that was on that butt of that rifle?
Yes, there was a strip of white tape and then a strip of electrical tape wrapped around the end of that firearm.
And that's going to become kind of important for what we're about to talk about. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 321. If we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 321, what does this show?
That's a close-up of the serial number of that rifle.
So if we're looking at this, we can see kind of this rifle, the lower receiver portion of this rifle, PA-15 multi with the serial number of 621842. Is that fair?
Correct.
And if I just use for an example here, State's Exhibit number 290. We can see that this particular document is referring to a Palmetto State PA-15 receiver multi-caliber with the serial number of 621842. So that, just want to make sure we understand. Same serial number.
Correct.
Now, also want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 322. Does that kind of show us, as we're looking at it, another photo of the close-up of the designation of this firearm?
Yes, that's the script on the firearm of the brand of the firearm.
Now, did you process State's Exhibit number 263? The firearm that we have here. Did you process this? And for the record, Your Honor, it's still been made safe by the sheriff's deputies. Nothing has changed. It's been in their custody the entire time. Did you process this weapon for latent fingerprints?
Yes.
How did you do that?
So the fuming and dye stain method that I explained earlier is the method that I used on the actual firearm.
And were you able to recover any latent fingerprints on that rifle?
On the actual firearm, no.
Does that mean no one ever touched it?
No,
Which means you weren't able to find any latent prints.
correct.
Now, investigator, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 323. What does this show us?
So this is a photo I take. So anytime I remove something from a piece of evidence, I make sure to document it via photos to show what I actually did. So this photo is showing that off the butt of that firearm, I took that white and that electrical tape off of it because I'm going to process the actual tape for prints.
I'm going to show you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 324. Does that show us kind of a close-up of what we're talking about?
Yes.
That up a little bit so we can see all of the tape. I also want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 325 and 326. What are those two photos show us?
So those are the two rifle magazines that are duct taped together. That's a close-up to show the duct tape wrapped around it along with the rubber bands.
And were you able to remove the rubber bands and remove the tape as well?
Yes.
Did you find, in regards to the rubber, or regards to this tape that we had in the magazines, did you process that as well for like the fingerprints?
Yes, I did.
Now I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 327. As we're pulling that up, what are we looking at there?
So that is the close-up of the white tape and the electrical tape that came from the butt of that rifle. And the numbers indicate fingerprints that I recovered off of that. So it shows that I had one print off of the white tape and then two prints off of the electrical tape.
Okay. And just so I understand, in regards to the white and the electrical tape, was one on top of the other, or were they kind of next to each other? How were they situated on the butt of this rifle?
First, the electrical tape was there, and then the white tape was on top of it.
Okay. And how many total latent prints were you able to recover off of this particular weapon?
3.
Can we see their locations here?
Yes.
Okay. And then these latent prints, once you recover them, what happens? What's next in the process?
So we will take close-up photos of these prints along with that scale in there, and then those photos are looked at by latent print examiners.
And we have to wait for them to find out what, if anything, we're able to determine.
Correct.
Okay, now. Just coming back to just another portion of this, you have worked with investigator Kendall Corder, is that fair?
Yes.
And he was tasked with processing another portion of this case, is that also fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the parties are stipulating that the items depicted in six exhibits numbers 201 through 205 were processed by investigator Shield for latent prints and for DNA in an appropriate manner. And one latent print was recovered from those items off of a single white cheddar Smart Food popcorn bag.
Is that true?
Yes, we do stipulate that they were processed correctly. In other words, they were collected and sent to the crime lab for analysis correctly. And we're not challenging that.
Okay.
And in particular, now just going and getting into State's Exhibit number 306. This number that we're seeing here, is this consistent with kind of the manner of finding and documenting and labeling the single prints that investigator Shield was able to recover?
Yes.
At this point, Your Honor, I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Cross?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Thank you. Your Honor, State's going to call Chet St. Clair.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Chet St. Clair, ChetStClair.
You may go ahead.
Thank you. How are you employed?
As a latent print examiner for the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been a latent print examiner?
A little over 8 years.
And how long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
It'll be 22 years and about a week and a half.
How long, prior to being a latent print examiner, what was your role at the Milwaukee Police Department?
For the previous 10 years, I was a forensic investigator, similar capacity as a previous witness. And for the first 4 years of my employment, I was a police officer.
Now, I want to come to your attention and bring to your attention to kind of talk about your training and experience as a latent print examiner. In order to hold that position, is there any training or experience you need to have?
In addition to the training that the forensic investigators go through, once I arrived at this position, I went through what is a 6-month, essentially, module-based training course that is in accordance with the International Association for Identification Standards. That's administered by the department, and there's some training from outside agencies. Subsequent to that, I've gone through a number of trainings to achieve my international certification with the IAI, and that training varies, but it's administered through various agencies and private companies as well, Evolve Forensics, FBI, a number of other private agencies and government agencies.
Have you obtained your certification?
Yes.
And how long have you had that certification?
Since October of 2021.
Now, have you testified as an expert in the field of latent print examination before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Closing in on 90 to 100.
90 to 100 somewhere?
About
Now, you may not be able to truly give us a full answer on this, but approximately how many latent prints have you looked at in your career in an attempt to make an examination?
Around 35,000.
Now, I want to draw your attention to this, to the kind of what you're doing in regards to this. When we are talking about a latent print, if I touch something, does that mean my latent prints are going to be on that item?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
There are a number of factors that go into that. Primarily, the surface area is the big one. Anything that's not texture, or that's not smooth, anything that has a texture, or any sort of inconsistent patterning over the surface will prevent ridge detail from being as consistent as it needs to be, and it can also disturb detail that may be present, even if somebody tries, somebody makes an effort to leave a latent print on something that has a significant texture. It's unlikely that there will be enough data there for any type of comparative quality to be left. Environmental factors play a role. If it's too humid, there can be too much moisture, and that moisture can interfere with the ridge detail as well. The contrast becomes difficult to read. The area between the ridges or the area between the ridges, it's called the furrows, they can be overwhelmed with moisture and prevent the contrast that we need. If it's too dry, then there's not enough moisture for a latent print to be left behind sometimes. So it depends on a lot of factors.
And when you're talking about all these factors, can they often sometimes affect the usability of a latent print?
Yes.
When we're talking about latent print identification, are you familiar with what we refer to as the quantity and quality of a latent print?
Yes.
What does that refer to?
The quality is just, as it sounds, it's the quality of the detail that's left behind. There can be a lot of distortion that happens with the deposit of fingerprints and any subsequent contact, anything that disturbs it. So the quality is, if you look at your fingers and you see those ridges that flow through them, if you can imagine anything shifting that ridge detail, it's so fine that it can be enough to distort or destroy the available data. The quantity is the amount of detail that I can quantify. There are different types of detail that exist within latent fingerprints. And if there's not enough that I would be able to distinguish between that latent print and other potential sources, if I have the source of that impression in a given known standard, and there's not enough detail for me to look at those two prints and say that, in fact, this person is the source, then I don't have enough detail to render a conclusion. So then when we say insufficient quantity, that's what we're referring to.
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 229. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me. Tell me if you recognize it.
This is a report I offered with respect to this case.
And in regards to this report, does this report reflect your examination of 3 latent prints that were recovered by forensic investigator Allege?
Yes.
And in terms of your examination and your attempts to look at this, were you able to take a look and an attempt to come to determinations as to whether or not you're able to identify the identity of the latent print at 1, 2, and 3?
I was able to render a conclusion for 1. And that was number 3, but 1 left.
Okay, and now let's talk about kind of how we're talking. Are there times where a print will be unusable for identification purposes?
Yes.
What are the reasons?
As I described earlier with respect to the quality and quantity of the detail in those prints, if a print doesn't have that, if the print doesn't have quality and quantity that I require to draw a conclusion, then that is insufficient quality. And so those are prints that I'm not able to work with. I can't exclude anybody, I can't identify anybody. So when we talk about insufficient quality, that's what we're talking about.
Okay. Now, in terms of these 3 latent prints, were any of the latent prints unusable for identification purposes?
Lift number 1 was.
Lift number 1. So what we're talking about between 1, 2, and 3, lift number 1 did not have sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print.
Correct.
Did not make any identification as to who this is.
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what we refer to as the APHIS system?
Yes.
What is the APHIS system?
APHIS stands for Automated Fingerprint Identification System. It's the way that we access databases with exemplars. So we have access to 3 databases: the Milwaukee Police Department, the state of Wisconsin, and the FBI. And the way that we interface with those is APHIS. So the identification portion of that acronym is a little bit of a misnomer because the system does not make the identification. It gives us candidates. So we submit our data. The system retrieves candidates that it believes are simpler. And that brings those back to us so that we can draw a conclusion based on the candidates it provides.
It's a candidate list, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, just so we're clear, the APHIS system does not make the identification.
Correct.
You do.
Correct.
Now, in particular, just so we kind of understand this APHIS system, there are any number of different reasons why people can be in the state. Okay?
Yes.
It can be due to an arrest, but could it be for example, on the citywide, you had a bartender.
Yes.
Or a nationwide, like for example, when I was at West Point, they got my fingerprints. I can be in there for that.
Possibly, yes.
So there's just the only conclusion is someone's fingerprints are.
Yes.
Now, regarding this particular examination, first of all, what day did you examine these latent prints?
June 27th of last year, 2025.
Now, when you ran the usable prints, 2 and 3 through the APHIS system, were you given any results?
I was given results, yes.
And were you able to make any determinations as?
Not through the database search.
So you were given kind of some, like a list of possibles, looked at it, weren't able to make any identification.
Correct.
Now, did Detective McFadden ask you to take a look at any individuals to see if their latent prints might be the person whose latent prints are at these locations?
Yes.
How many names did he ask you to look at?
2.
And what were those 2 names?
One was, I believe, Bryson Tyler or Taylor, and the other was Tremaine Jones.
Tremaine Jones, the defendant.
Correct.
Now, in terms of looking at and examining these 2 particular individuals, regarding a Bryson Tyler, was there and did you make any identifications of Mr. Tyler as being the person whose fingerprints were at positions 2 or 3?
No.
Wasn't it?
Correct.
Okay. What about Tremaine Jones, the defendant?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, did you come to?
I'll start with lift number 3. That's the one that I made the identification on. But lift number 3, I did identify as the defendant's left thumb.
Now, when we are going to be kind of talking about this, at lift number 2, what kind of identification did you make regarding Tremaine?
That was not an identification. It's what we refer to presently as an inconclusive result. So there were features in that print, in that latent print, that were in agreement significantly with the rights of the defendant. But the exemplars that were available with the Milwaukee Police, with the state of Wisconsin, and with the FBI, all lacked the available detail I need. So in the same way that a latent print can contain insufficient detail for me, occasionally when exemplars are taken, they also lack the quality or the quantity in most cases that we need, and that was the case with this one.
So you were not, it had some of the same characteristics, but of Tremaine Jones, but weren't able to make a full identification.
That's fair.
What about print 3?
3 was, I did identify lift number 3 as the defendant's left thumb.
And that is the defendant's left thumb, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you are looking at your report and comparing the latent prints, are you familiar with what we refer to regarding your identification in terms of a Tremaine Jones with an MPD number?
Yes.
And is this kind of called I guess for lack of a better term, a master number that's associated with individuals and their latent prints and their photos?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show in this place here, State's Exhibit number 246, and I'm going to zoom in on what we're seeing right here on that photo. What is the MPD master number associated with the Tremaine Jones whose left thumb you identified as being on the print number 3?
564527.
So this links this photo to that left thumb that you found at that location. Is that fair?
Yes.
Does this report that we referred to at this point, State's Exhibit number 229, contain your conclusions as to the examination of the 3 latent prints that were recovered by the forensic investigator from the tape on this rifle?
Yes. Yes.
And just so we understand, number 1, unusable, can't make any identifications.
Correct.
Number 2, has some characteristics consistent with the defendant, can't make an identification.
Correct.
Number 3 is the defendant's left thumb.
Correct.
Nothing else, thank you. Oh, I would move 229
No objection.
Received without objection and cross-examination.
Thank you. All right, so let's talk about fingerprints here. First of all, frequently items are processed and fingerprints are not collected off of items. True?
True.
And in fact, guns themselves are resistant to fingerprints in a lot of ways. Fair?
Fair.
In this case, you have a lift at position number 1 that basically doesn't have enough quality and quantity, right, to be able to do anything with it.
Correct.
Meaning it could be anybody's print.
Yes.
Number 2 has some indicators, but again, it doesn't quite have enough information. It's inconclusive.
Correct.
So the only thing we could say is that there's a thumbprint at position number 3 that's Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
We can't exclude if somebody else fired or shot or touched this rifle, can we?
No.
Thank you. Nothing else.
Anything, any redirect?
The only latent fingerprint that you were able to find and be able to identify is that of Tremaine.
Yes.
Okay.
That would make sense if he fired it earlier that day, right?
It could.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, the state calls latent print examiner Matthew Wadley.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, yeah.
Anything else?
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Matthew Maudlin, Maudlin.
Are you employed?
The City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long have you been so employed?
Approximately 24 and a half years.
What's your current assignment with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I'm a latent print examiner.
How long have you been a latent print examiner?
About 17 and a half years.
And prior to being a latent print examiner, what was your assignment within the Milwaukee Police Department?
I was an identification technician. They call them forensic investigators now. And then prior to that, I was a regular police officer.
In order to hold your position as a latent print examiner, are there any specialized training or experience you have to have?
Yes.
Can you briefly tell us about that?
Sure. To be a latent print examiner, first you have to be a identification technician or a forensic investigator for 2.5 years. And then after you go through a promotion process with a examination, we have a 6-month in-house training program for latent prints. Basically goes over like the history of fingerprints, the biology, how to actually make an identification.
And you have held this position for, I believe you said, over 17 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you testified as an expert in the field of latent prints examination before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Roughly 40 times.
Okay. And in terms of your time as a latent print examiner, approximately how many latent prints have you looked at?
Probably in excess of 200,000.
Okay. Now, I won't necessarily go through the entire process of everything that we've already kind of talked about, but are you familiar with the term sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print?
Yes.
And in regarding the sufficient quantity and quality of the latent print, is that what you are particularly looking for?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, now, I want to draw your attention to what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 228. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is my report that I prepared for the portion that I worked on this case.
Okay, and in regards to your involvement regarding this particular case, were you asked to take a look at a single latent print that had been recovered by an investigator, Kenneth Schild, off of the back of a Smart Food white cheddar popcorn bag?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to come to any conclusions as to the identification of whose latent print this was?
Yes.
And whose was that?
Mr. Tremaine Jones.
Okay. And what print was that?
It was the right little finger.
Right little finger of a Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
And additionally, if we are looking at the right little finger of Tremaine Jones, is there a master ID or NPD number that is associated with that right little fingerprint that you identified as being consistent with the latent print that is on that popcorn bag?
Yes.
Is it in your report?
Yes, it is.
Could you read it out for us?
It's 564527.
And that lets us know that this individual we see in this photo is the person whose fingerprint was on that bag.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move the examiner's report, State's Exhibit number 228 in it.
Any objection?
To be
No?
fair,
Hold on. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Received without objection.
to be fair, you don't know how long it's been out an item?
No.
Can't tell us how it got there?
No.
Can't tell us the circumstances of it?
No.
All you know is Tremaine Jones' finger is latent print on that bag.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're not aware of the circumstances on how that bag was found, are you?
No, I am not.
Okay. So you don't know if it was found in a backpack with his name on it and his birth certificate and his social security card?
No, I do not.
I have nothing else.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
The state calls Anthony Malone.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Anthony Malone, AnthonyMilone.
I would what?
With the city of Milwaukee as a police officer, now a police sergeant,
And when did you get promoted to sergeant?
in September.
Prior to being promoted to sergeant, what was your assignment?
I was assigned as a police officer to the Fugitive Apprehension Unit of the Milwaukee Police Department.
Sometimes referred to as the warrant squad.
Yes,
Your job on the Fugitive Apprehension Unit is to look for individuals that are wanted or suspected in crimes.
correct.
Were you employed as a member of the fugitive apprehension unit on the night of June 25th or June 26th, 2025, into the early morning hours of June 27th, 2025?
Yes.
Did there come a time where you were asked to look for any individuals?
Yes.
Who were you asked to look for?
Tremaine Jones.
Do you see this Tremaine Jones that you were asked to look for in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please tell me where he is and point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's at the defense table wearing a white and black plaid button-up shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the officer is pointed to, described, and identified the defendant. It's accurate.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Sergeant Malone, what were you looking for the defendant for?
Regarding 2 officers being shot.
Now, to be fair, just so we understand, you're not part of the investigation, what detectives are doing, and anything in regards to that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your job is simply to, you've been told he's wanted for a crime, to see if you can find him so that he can be arrested.
Correct.
Were you able to do so?
Yes.
All right. I want to talk about the process that led to you being able to locate and apprehend the defendant. Okay? How did you find a location to go to?
It initially started a P.O. Matthew Link, last name spelled L-I-N-K. He found a connection to Mr. Jones between him and a Jamea Kitler.
And you said a Miss Kitler, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 317. I'm going to be kind of pulling this back. Is this Jamea Kitler?
Yes.
So this is the individual that you had kind of found a connection to with the defendant.
That's correct.
And in looking into Miss Kitler, what were you able to ascertain?
Her Wisconsin Department of Transportation address was listed as 5263 North 37th Street in the city and county of Milwaukee.
Did you end up going to investigate that address?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do?
Initially, when my partner, Officer Austin Domagowski, that's D-O-M-A-G-A-L-S-K-I, we drove past an address first and observed lights were on within that residence, and that was at approximately 1:30 a.m. on was now on June 27th.
Okay. So early morning hours, 1:30, driving past this residence. I want to make sure I understand. What's the address again?
5263 North 37th Street.
Okay. Is this location in the city and county of Milwaukee, state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Now, you drive past, lights are on. What happens next?
The lights were on. At that point, we were also informed of another person who had been at the shooting scene with Mr. Jones, who also was associated to that address.
And in terms of kind of going and getting this information related to this potential shooting, do you end up trying to make contact with this resident?
Yes.
What do you do?
I requested permission to knock the residence from Sergeant Jose Ramirez, who was one of my direct supervisors. He stated that we should knock the residence.
And in terms of indicating or knocking, what does it mean to knock the residence?
Knock the residence, talk to the occupants, see if we can conduct a warrant check within the residence.
So literally just knocking on the door?
Yes.
So do you get permission to go and conduct this, what we refer to as knock and talk to this residence?
Yes.
Do you encounter anybody at the residence?
Yes.
Explain what happened.
First, when we knocked, a couple of females answered the door, and then the owner of the residence basically took the initiative to talk with us. Her name was Pamela Kelly.
And is that woman related to Miss Kitler in some way?
She is Miss Kitler's mother.
Did you ask if Miss Kitler was present?
Yes.
And was Miss Kitler present?
Yes.
Did she come towards and come out of the residence?
She did eventually, yes.
Now, were you asking if whether or not Tremaine Jones, the defendant, was at this residence?
Yes, I was trying to ask everybody there who we were talking to if he was there.
And did anybody tell you he was there?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, it goes as to what happens next, not offered for the truth of matters.
I'll allow it. You may answer.
No one confirmed that he was there to us.
So Nobody's telling you that, right?
Correct.
What happens next? What are you doing next?
At that point, we're trying to, because Ms. Kelly did grant us consent to check the residence for Mr. Jones, we're trying to get everybody to exit the residence so we can have possibly nobody or only Mr. Jones in the residence in order for us to check and clear the residence.
Trying to make it as safe as possible for everyone.
Correct.
How do you ask everyone out?
Yes.
And once, as far as you know, everyone is out, what do you start doing?
At that point, I start calling out to Mr. Jones, demanding him to come to the front door with his hands up.
Okay. Does it happen immediately?
Not immediately.
But does it?
Eventually, yes.
About how long would you say?
I'd say about 5 minutes or so.
Okay, so not a very long period of time.
Correct.
The individual that comes forward, where did he come from?
You talking about Mr. Jones?
Yes.
He came from a back door. There's a landing there to lead to the upper, and he came from the back door landing into the kitchen and then walked towards the front door towards us.
And was he able to be taken into custody?
Yes.
Was there any problems whatsoever?
No.
Cooperative.
He was quite with us, yes.
And that is the individual that you just referred to and have identified in court was taken into custody at the residence of the woman we see here in State's Exhibit number 317.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further, I actually do. Once the defendant's taken into custody, is it handed over for detectives for them to do what they need?
Yes, a couple other officers basically passed him back to their officers, and they took control of him and went to take him to booking and start that process.
And then detectives take care of the house and potentially.
I don't know if officers assisted, but I did not assist in the search.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else.
Thank you.
So I just want to be clear, when you came to arrest him, essentially he went without any sort of resistance, fair?
Fair.
No further questions.
Oh, anything on that?
No, thank you.
Can I step down?
The state is going to call Detective Casey Donahue.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Casey Donahue, CaseyDonahue.
Detective, how are you employed?
I am a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
I have been in law enforcement for over 12 years.
A moment there. Now, I want to draw your attention to, actually, before I do that, what's your current assignment?
I am a detective with the Homicide Division.
How long have you been with homicide?
I have been with Homicide since June of 2022.
Now, in terms of your assignment to homicide, was there a time where you were asked to be a part of a search warrant at any location?
Yes.
In regards to that search, what address was that?
In this particular case?
This particular case. Was it on 37th Street?
Yes, it was.
And just so we understand, this would be the search of a residence where both a Miss Kitler and a Mr. Tremaine Jones were taken into custody.
That is correct, yes.
Were you present when either one of them were taken into custody?
I was not present while they were taken into custody, no.
Now, when you arrived on scene to conduct this search, are you looking for any particular items of evidence that you are trying to find?
Yes.
What are you looking for?
In this particular case, we were looking for electronic communication devices, We were also looking for any sort of weapons, firearms, ammunition, magazines. We were also looking for clothing that was depicted on video of the suspect.
Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 125 currently in the big screen. This has already been entered into evidence. This is a cell phone video. But in particular, Detective, I want to draw your attention to what we see here. You mentioned clothing, is that fair?
Yes.
So we're going to be talking about what I'm circling kind of what the individual is wearing. Were you looking for that particular sort of top? In other words, just do it on it?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And also, were you looking for any pants that might be consistent with the pants that we're talking about?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 206 through 217. It's a lot of them, so just take a look at them for me and tell me if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
What do these photos all depict?
These photos depict all the items of evidence that I located in one of the bedrooms in the residence.
Okay. And in fact, you kind of were going through the residence in a number of different locations and looking for items of evidence. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 206 through 217 in evidence at this time.
No objection.
Received without objection.
Now, Detective, going through and placing it on the big screen so we can kind of take a look at what we're seeing here. And I'm going to zoom out so we can kind of see the entire of the photo. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a photograph of the bedroom, and that is a picture of myself.
So this is you, like, in the kind of in this residence where Mr. Jones and Ms. Kitler were arrested, and this is going to kind of show us a number of different items that were found. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct.
I want to start off with State's Exhibit number 207. What are we seeing here?
Here you're looking at the bed, and several items of evidence are on the bed.
And let's just kind of focus in on some of the things that we're talking about. For example, in State's Exhibit number 208 and 209, what are we seeing here?
These items of evidence, you're going to have a piece of mail with Miss Kitler's name on it. You're also going to have a Wisconsin identification card with Miss Kitler's name on it and a cell phone.
We're going to kind of get up a little closer so we can see here. State's Exhibit number 210. Does that end up showing us? We can see Ms. Kitler and that address of 5263 North 37th Street.
Yes, that is correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 211. Showing you that as far as what we see here. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 256 and 258. Have them in my hands right now. I'm going to cut the top of it. And pulling out from 256, what do we see here?
That is a teal wallet with Ms. Kitler's identification card inside of it.
And is that in fact the, where we found it, where you found it within that bedroom?
Yes, that is correct.
Your Honor, State moves 256 in evidence.
You don't object.
Received without objection.
All right, now moving you and showing you and opening State's Exhibit number 258. Is that Department of Transportation that we can see in Ms. Kitler's name at that address?
Yes, that's the piece of mail. It's the Department of Health Services.
Your Honor, State moves State's Exhibits numbers 256 and 258 in that.
Objection.
56 is already in, 58 is now in without objection.
Thank you. Now, Detective, we kind of saw one of them in regards to the photos. Were there a number of cell phones that were recovered throughout the trip?
Oh, there were, yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 260, 257, and 254. Do these all have all the hallmarks to let us know that these are the three cell phones that were recovered from this residence?
Yes.
And were they found in kind of different rooms?
There were, I believe, 2 phones that were found in the bedroom that I searched, and then one would have been from a different area.
Okay. Your Honor, the State removed 260, 254, and 257 in evidence.
You do not object.
Received without objection.
Next. Lastly, in terms of that little area, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 255. Kind of saw it a little bit. Was there kind of a rose gold Apple watch that was also recovered?
Yes, that was also recovered on the bed.
Your Honor, State moves 255 in evidence.
Any objection? Received without objection.
Now, Detective, we kind of talked about and we're looking at and discussing some clothes. Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 212. Do you recognize what we see here?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is a Nike windbreaker jacket with the words "Just Do It" on the back.
So we understand when we are looking and talking about what you were trying to find and see if you could find as we go back to the cell phone video, this would be something considering with a "Just Do It" as well as those types of pants. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 213 and 214. What do we see there?
That is the "Just Do It" jacket that was recovered. It is marked as item 14, and that's myself holding up the jacket.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as 261, which I'm going to open up. Detective, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the jacket that was recovered from the bedroom closet, the "Just Do It" windbreaker jacket.
This would be, just so we're clear, this is the residence that both Ms. Kitler and the defendant were arrested. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
Is this the "Just Do It" windbreaker that was recovered in State's Exhibit, in the photo as we see in State's Exhibit number 214?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I am now placing that back into State's Exhibit number 261. I would move 261 in evidence.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Lastly, were you looking for pants that appear to be consistent with what you see in the video?
Yes.
Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 262. Did you find them?
Yes, it was a black pair of sweatpants that were recovered inside of that bedroom.
Are these them in State's Exhibit number 262?
Yes, it is.
John, the state would move State's Exhibit number 262 in evidence?
Received without objection.
And just so we can see there, I'm going to show you what has been marked in terms of the photos, State's Exhibits numbers 215, 216, and 270. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, kind of one last piece. Did you find what appeared to be a black Nike dry fit kind of shirt, extra large, also there?
Yes.
Is that here in the State's Exhibit number 259?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, State moves 259 in evidence.
I don't know, Jeff.
Received without objection.
Regarding the pants and the Nike Just Do It, do these appear to be consistent with what the individual in that cell phone video is wearing in 25th and Garden?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions of this witness.
Thank you. Cross?
None.
All right, thank you. You may step down. It's about 11:45. Do you have a quick one?
I don't have a quick one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch. Does 1:15 work for folks?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, we'll make sure our reporter is here. We'll get going at 1:15, so please come back at that point. Again, do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate the case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness to this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any
It was backed up, so I went around.
Yeah.
It was shut off.
Yeah, you can good in black hat.
Yeah, I know. I just
Likely
drove
right
around
now
a few-
they're bringing the jury into the courtroom, which is why we've gone back to the eagle shot. So as soon as the jury is seated, they will be getting underway with the next witness. I would not be surprised if the next witness is a ballistics expert, but I could also be wrong. Who knows what else there is. We're also at some point likely to hear from Jamea Kitler herself, the other woman, so to speak, in this case. At least she is on the witness list. Who else we hear from, I guess that remains to be seen, but we'll all be watching together.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying I don't have it. I just know they're gonna put- No, I get it. I might have to step up in the bathroom. So I don't have to pee. I was like, I hope that was over.
You can see that is Tremaine Jones seated at the defense table in the striped Oxford T-shirt. He's been, or Oxford shirt, I should say. He's been wearing a different color of Oxford shirt each day with those black glasses. The facial hair hasn't really shown much in the way of discussion or emotion. So they are calling it now? Okay, here we go.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated. Please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Sharon Polakowski, SharonPolakowski.
How are you employed?
I'm a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit at the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
And how long have you been with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 1993.
Power went out over lunch, so.
Power went out?
Over lunch, so everything should be kicking back in. It just maybe needs a reset.
On the screen, I don't know what she is. Anyways, I guess going. All right, so in order to hold your job as a DNA analyst at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, do you have to have any specialized training or experience?
Yes.
What is that?
I have training at the crime laboratory in body fluid identification, as well as 2 different types of DNA analysis that we have done throughout the years. I've been trained all along as we have changed some of our technologies and our statistics, so that we have ongoing training.
And to hold this position, you have to have any specialized education just to even get into the crime.
Yes.
What is it?
Our education has to include coursework in molecular biology, genetics, biochemistry, and when I was hired, it was either coursework or training in statistics, and now it is actually coursework in statistics.
Is there any educational degree or college requirement in order to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, you need a Bachelor of Science degree at a minimum in something that's going to have those courses in it.
And what is your education?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry.
Now, ma'am, you kind of mentioned when you were talking about your training and experience, you talked about bodily fluids and then 2 different types of DNA kind of testing that the crime lab has done. Is that fair?
Yes.
You have been with the crime lab again how
long? Over 32 years.
You go back to the days of when this was serology?
Yes.
Okay, so this is kind of you've been there from the beginning,
so to speak, yes.
Okay. Now, how many times have you testified as an expert as DNA testing and identification, if you know?
I have testified for DNA analysis over 100 times.
Okay. And if you know, approximately how many items of evidence have you looked at in your career at the crime lab?
I don't know individual items.
Would it be fair to say in the thousands?
I think it would be fair to say in tens of thousands. Yes.
Okay. Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is a genetic blueprint. It is the information that makes each organism what it is. It makes a plant, a dog, and each one of us who we are.
And when we're talking about particular DNA, if I touch something or I handle something, does that mean my DNA is definitely going to be on that?
Not necessarily.
What is the reason why I like that?
So transferring DNA via touch, which would be skin cell transfer, has a number of factors that can affect, first of all, how much is deposited and whether or not enough is there for us to detect for our analysis. So some of those factors would be the surface that you're touching, if it's rough or smooth, how long you touch it or handle an item, what happens to the item afterwards, and the length of time between, say, the touch happened and then it's swabbed for to get the cells off.
Can environmental factors be affected?
Yes.
Heat, rain, water, dryness, things like that?
Absolutely.
All of these can be factors that kind of tell us whether or not DNA may be left on.
Yes.
Also, are you able to look at DNA and say, this is fresh DNA or older DNA or anything along those lines?
No.
Why not?
There just isn't a way for us to age a stain or DNA that we see on something. We don't know when or how it was deposited on an item.
All you basically can tell us is whether or not you can come to any conclusions as to the probability of various things. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're going to get into a lot of how your DNA testing works. I kind of want to walk us through kind of a number of different things. Can there be any time when an item may have been handled or touched by someone and the police department believes, you know, they have something and they give you a standard or a swab from that item of evidence, and you just get no human DNA.
Yes,
Have you encountered that?
yes.
The factors that you talked about, is that potentially some of the reasons why that may happen?
Those are some of the reasons, as well as how the sampling was done.
Now, additionally, can you sometimes get samples or swabs from an item of evidence in which there might be low-level DNA is sufficient for testing?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
It means that there's some DNA present, but not enough to for us to get meaningful results from, and we base that on the validations we've done of our systems to see how much DNA we need to get a profile from.
Is it possible to find more than one person's DNA out of that?
Yes.
In fact, can that be fairly common?
Yes,
You see it a lot.
I do. Yes.
And are you able to tell us, when we're looking at DNA mixtures, who had, you know, who left the latest DNA out of it?
No.
For example, if someone had purchased an item and someone shipped it and someone picked it up and someone had it, all those people's DNA could be on that.
It could be. Yes.
We have no idea.
No, we would not know how, in what order it got there.
Now, I want to talk about mixtures. When we talk about mixture DNA, is it possible to sometimes have mixtures that are too low level for you to do anything?
Yes,
Is that kind of for the same reasons you talked about?
it is.
Does the crime lab have kind of thresholds for analysis that kind of where you don't do any further testing?
We do.
Can you explain what that is?
So part of our testing process is to measure how much DNA we have in the samples that we are processing. And we do have a minimum amount of DNA that we need to continue on through the process in order for us to get some results that we can compare to.
Now, in regards to this mixture, can you end up with a mixture where you have enough human DNA? It's above like that threshold levels, but it's too complex.
Yes.
Can you describe what you mean by too complex a mixture?
Complex can mean a couple of different things. It can be that there are more than 4 people in the mixture, and we do not do analysis of those. Or it can mean that it is a mixture of several individuals. It might be 4 or less, but there's low amounts of DNA, and there could be information missing, so that it's hard to determine how many people are there, and whether or not we could get a decent comparison to it.
Are there times where you might be able to determine from mixtures whether or not someone is included potentially in that mixture?
Yes.
And that's kind of this probability thing we're going to spend some time talking about?
Yes.
When we have these mixtures, are we also sometimes going to see the expression at least 2 or at least 3 or at least 4 people?
We determine the number of contributors based on the data and our training and experience. So we don't use the phrasing of at least, except for the presence of male DNA, the numbers of males.
That's the part I was trying to get into. Explain what the difference is between those.
So the difference is we determine a total number of contributors in a profile depending on basically what we see there, how many types are present, and at what ratios. We have markers present that we look at that strictly look at male DNA, and those can tell us whether or not there's potentially more than 1 male or more than 2. So at that point, we would say at least 1 male or at least 2 males, because sometimes they share. And so if 2 males had the same types, we would only see 1 type from each, and it might look like 1 person, but could be more.
And that's where you see it.
Yes.
Yeah. Is DNA, I just want to make sure we understand, is DNA unique to a person?
Yes.
In terms of DNA, in order to kind of do this testing that we're referring to, do you have to have what we sometimes refer to as known samples?
Yes.
And that's kind of sometimes referred to as a buccal swab?
Yes.
What is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is taken from the inside cheek, and a standard is a sample taken from someone so that we know that the profile on that swab is from that person.
And so we can literally sit there and say, we know this swab came from this person, and therefore you are making comparisons to that.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about when you get this buccal swab. Is it possible when you get a buccal swab from a known person to create kind of a profile or a known profile for that person?
Yes.
How do you do that?
We use the same testing process, and we just do it on the standard and develop the standard profile from that.
And are you familiar, I may get this wrong, not a great scientist at all, but STR profiles.
Yes.
What does STR stand for?
STR stands for short tandem repeats, and it is the type of testing that we do.
Short tandem repeat. Can you explain to us what that means?
So your DNA comes half from each one of your biological parents. So short tandem repeats are areas of DNA that we look at that have repeated sequences, and they repeat a different number of times in different individuals. If you think of your DNA as beads on a string, you get one string from each parent. So at one location, maybe your mother gave you 4 beads or 4 repeats and your father gave you 5. At that location, your type would be a 4-5. Other people might have the same type there, and other people will have different types there. As we go along, we can differentiate people by those repeating types, with the exception of identical siblings. I should have said that earlier.
Now, in terms of when we're looking at this STR with these numbers 4, 5, 6, 11, whatever we're talking about, you're basically looking for the repetitive nature of something at these locations.
Yes, it's sequence that repeats and just the number of times that piece of sequence repeats.
How many different locations do you use for this?
We look at 23.
23 different locations.
Yes.
And that gives you your STR profile.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you are kind of looking into or trying to come up with comparing a known STR profile to the DNA that's within a mixture, is there something we refer to kind of as like a probability or some sort of like mix, star mix, or something along those lines that you're using to come to a conclusion as to whether or not someone's DNA is in that mixture?
Yes, that's sort of the end of the process.
Explain what that is, how that works.
So the process is to develop profiles from items of evidence, and then we evaluate each of those profiles to see whether or not it meets the requirements for us to do further comparisons to it using standards. If it does, then there are, for mixtures especially, we use a particular type of software called STR Mix, STR Mix, to help us. It helps give a sort of a list of all the possible types of the contributors in that mixture. And the second part then, if we compare it to a known person, to determine whether or not they can be included in it.
And included within that mixture, is that correct?
Yes, whether or not there's support for inclusion or exclusion based on the profile that's obtained.
Now, there's kind of 2 different, I guess, categories we're going to be talking about. Kind of both the verbal level of inclusion or exclusion as well as the numeric. Is that fair?
Yes.
I want to talk about the kind of the verbal or the words used for inclusion or exclusion. What are the levels that you would end up having?
So the levels of inclusion or exclusion, levels of support would be, first of all, exclusion would be a likelihood ratio of 0, and then there'd be moderate support for either exclusion or inclusion, strong support, or very strong support.
Is there then for inclusion, is there, we know we talked about there's an exclusion, like just you're gone, or
yes,
moderate support, very strong support. Is there anything where you just say inclusion?
Well, we give supports for inclusion or exclusion. There's also an uninformative range where we can't make any determinations.
Okay, I'm going to come to that a little bit. So we have moderate support, strong support, very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Unlike the exclusion where we have it just straight up done, you don't do that in the inclusion. It's those 3 kind of verbal categories.
Right.
And then there's the inconclusive, can go either way.
Yeah, we can't make any determinations based on it.
Could be in, could be out, you don't know.
We don't know.
Okay, now, when we are going to be talking about these kind of inclusion or exclusion portions, there's kind of a probability that goes along with it. Is that correct?
It is, well, it's the likelihood ratio, which is a ratio of probabilities, one for inclusion or one for non-inclusion.
Okay. And the number kind of corresponds to those verbal affirmations. Is that correct?
Yes, we use the verbal conclusions based on what the likelihood ratio number actually is.
Now, we talked about in terms of inclusion that the highest verbal or the highest word would be very strong support.
Yes, that's the highest level of support.
What's the highest, and I always get the term wrong, probability ratio, whatever. What's the highest numerical value that the crime lab puts out for a very strong support?
So, well, that's actually two different numbers, kind of. So we cap the likelihood ratio number that we report at 1 trillion, either for inclusion or exclusion. The very strong support for either inclusion or exclusion is anything above 1 million.
Anything above 1 million?
Yes,
And the highest level where you don't report any higher numbers is what?
1 trillion.
So between, was it greater than 1 million to greater than 1 trillion?
Well, we would report 1 trillion if it were higher, and we would report 1 million if it were 1 million. But the verbal equivalent there would still be very strong support.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying is that's the range, 1 million to 1 trillion in terms of the numbers you put out there. All very strong support.
Okay, yes.
Okay, good. There's other numbers for the other levels of strong or moderate or whatever.
Yeah, yes.
Now, sorry, just trying to make sure I asked the right question. I always don't get the science right. Now, I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 328. I ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is that?
Exhibit 328 is a 7-page document that is a copy of the report that I issued in this case.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you issued in this case?
It appears to be.
And does this include your conclusions to testing on a number of different items?
It does.
Okay, and just so we can kind of go through them, we can see that you received 3 swabs reportedly from a palmetto. Is that correct?
Yes.
You received a toothbrush.
Yes.
You received a face mask.
Yes.
You received, we can see what appears to be 3 swabs from a Glock
Yes.
and 3 swabs from a Smith & Wesson.
Yes.
You also received a known standard from a Bryson Tyler.
Yes.
You also received a known standard from a Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
Now, starting off with those 2 known standards, were you able to create SPR profiles for both Bryson Tyler and Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
And were you able to use those for further testing?
I did.
Now, I want to kind of talk to you about the swabs from these weapons, okay? I'm going to start off with the swab purportedly from the Glock 23. And just so we understand, again, may fully say, State's Exhibit number 238, the Glock 23 40 caliber handgun. How many total swabs did you receive from that weapon?
There were 3 sets of swabs.
Were you able to do testing on those 3 sets of swabs?
Yes.
Okay, let's start off with the first swab from that Glock 23 40 caliber handgun. Where was that swab from and what were your conclusions?
The first one on my list is from the grip.
The grip, that'd be where you hold the gun?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, you're not present when any of these items are swabbed, right?
I'm not, no.
You don't know how everything plays out in the bigger investigation.
That's correct.
You get the swabs, you do your testing, you send it back.
Yes.
So from the grip of this Glock 23 40 caliber handgun, were you able to come to any conclusions as to the presence of DNA on it?
Yes.
What was that?
There was human and male DNA on it.
There was human DNA?
Yes.
And was it a single person or was it a mixture?
It was a 4-person mixture with at least one male.
So at least one male, 4 persons.
Yes.
Did you do any conclusions or comparative testing to determine whether or not Bryshawn Tyler's DNA was at this location?
I did.
And what was your conclusion?
So for the conclusion, it's a likelihood ratio, and that looks at 2 different explanations for the data that we obtain from any given evidentiary item, in this case, the swabs from the grip of the Glock. And so the 2 explanations would be that the DNA profile is seen because it's a mixture of DNA from a particular person of interest and 3 unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of 4 unknown individuals, not counting the person of interest. And so when we do comparisons to the standards, the person whose standard is becomes the person of interest in that explanation.
And in this conclusion, what was your determination for inclusion or exclusion of Bryshawn Tyler from this picture?
For Bryshawn Tyler, it was at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile from the grip of the Glock if it resulted from a mixture of DNA from Bryshawn Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it was from 4 unknown individuals.
Did you come to any conclusion, any very strong support?
Yes, very strong support for inclusion.
That's the highest number and the highest level.
Yes.
Now, in terms of Tremaine Jones, did you compare his DNA to the grip of this firearm?
I did.
Did you come to any conclusions?
Yes.
What were they?
Then it is at least 2,330 times more likely to observe the DNA profile on the grip of the Glock if it's a mixture of 4 unknown individuals than if it's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals.
And so this would be support for exclusion?
It's moderate support for exclusion.
So it's excluding him, but it's like lower level.
It doesn't exclude him outright, but it is saying that the evidence is explained better by a mixture in which he's not present.
And just so we understand, we can kind of compare what we're talking. With Bryshawn Tyler, it was very strong support for inclusion, with that ratios between those 2 hypotheses being 1 trillion was the number.
Yes, at least 1 trillion.
At least 1 trillion. Could be higher.
Yes.
And in this particular case, it was the 2 ratios for Tremaine Jones, the defendant, moderate support for exclusion. The number was again?
2,330.
And so this is support for him not, his DNA not being at that location out of those 2 hypotheses.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there another location you got from the Glock handgun?
Yes, the response from the trigger of the Glock.
Okay. Were you able to come up with any DNA conclusions as to whether or not there was human DNA at that location?
Yes, there is.
What was that?
That is also a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Did you compare Bryshawn Tyler?
Yes.
What was your conclusion?
That is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryshawn Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it's a mixture of 4 unknown individuals.
Highest number, highest words?
Yes, very strong support for inclusion.
Okay. What about Tremaine Jones?
Yes, for Tremaine Jones, it's at least 18 million times more likely to observe the DNA profile on the trigger of the Glock if it's a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown people than if it's a mixture of DNA of Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals.
So this would be support for exclusion.
It's very strong support for exclusion.
And pretty high number, not up to the trillion, but above the 1 million that you need to get into the very strong support category.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention now to the last swab from that clock. What was that?
Those were swabs from the buttons, sights, and the magazine.
And what were your conclusions?
That it was a 3-person mixture with at least 1 male.
And did you compare Bryshawn Tyler?
Yes.
What was the conclusion?
That it's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryshawn Tyler and 2 unknown individuals than from 3 unknown persons.
And what was the number again?
At least 1 trillion times.
Again, highest number?
Very strong support for inclusion, yes.
Highest word dedication.
Yes.
Okay. What about the defendant, Tremaine Jones?
The comparison for Tremaine Jones fell into our uninformative range.
Can't roll in, can't roll out.
Basically, we can't make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of his DNA. Uninformative.
Okay. Now, I want to move to another firearm as it comes to conclusions. I'm just going to kind of bring this here. I'm going to show you and kind of move on to the Smith & Wesson. Did you have an opportunity to look at that weapon?
Yes, well, not the weapon, but the swabs.
Right, the swabs. 3 swabs?
3 sets of swabs, yes.
Okay, and where was the first one from? Was it also from the grip again?
Yes, it was from the grip.
Did you come to any conclusions as to the presence of DNA?
Yes, there is DNA present.
And was it single or mixture?
It was a complex mixture.
What does that mean?
It means basically that there is DNA from too many people for me to do any comparisons to.
Can't do anything with it?
No.
What about the trigger of this Smith & Wesson?
Yes.
What was that conclusion?
That was a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male.
Okay. Did you compare it to Bryce Tyler?
I did.
What was your conclusion?
It's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce and Tyler and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
Very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Highest number designated.
Yes.
Okay. Tremaine Jones.
When I did the comparison with Tremaine Jones, his likelihood ratio again fell into our uninformative range, and so no comparisons can be made.
Can't come to any conclusion.
That's correct.
Now, what about the buttons and the magazine?
That was also a 4-person mixture with at least 1 man.
What were your conclusions?
For Bryce Tyler?
Yes.
Yes. That it is at least 1 billion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Bryce Tyler and 3 unknown people than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
Very strong support for inclusion.
Yes.
Tremaine Jones.
Tremaine Jones' likelihood ratio again fell into our uninformative range and no conclusions can be made.
Can't make any conclusions one way or the other.
That's correct.
I now want to draw your attention to the palmetto. Were you provided 3 swabs from the palmetto?
Yes.
And I want to kind of go through those the same way we went through. What was the first swab?
The first were swabs from the grip of the palmetto.
The grip of the palmetto?
Yes.
And were you able to come to any conclusions?
No, while DNA was present, it was not suitable for comparison because of the limited amount of genetic information in the profile.
Couldn't come to any conclusions?
No.
Okay. What about the trigger of the palmetto?
That is a 4-person mixture with at least 2 males.
And were you able to come to any conclusions as to the presence of, let's say, Bryce Tyler in this mix?
Yes, when compared with Bryce Tyler, is at least 3,130 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it is a mixture of 4 unknown people than if it is a mixture of DNA from Bryce Tyler and 3 unknown people.
Moderate support for exclusion.
Yes.
Okay. What about the defendant, Tremaine?
For Tremaine Jones, it is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile from the trigger of the palmetto if there's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 3 unknown individuals than if it is a mixture of DNA from 4 unknown individuals.
But the trigger of the palmetto, with this mixture of individuals, the very strong support for inclusion of Tremaine Jones.
Yes.
And I want to make sure I understand this. What was that ratio number again?
Is at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the profile.
That highest number.
Yes.
So we have seen very strong support on the pistols for Bryce Tyler and on the palmetto for Tremaine Jones.
Yes, on the trigger.
There's one last swab from the palmetto. Is that fair?
There were actually 2 others. Oh, no, I'm sorry. There was just 1 other swab from the palmetto.
And what is it?
The swab from the buttons and magazine.
And from the buttons and magazine of the palmetto, was there any human DNA?
There was.
What was your conclusion?
It was not suitable for comparison due to the limited amount of genetic information.
So not that, they're just too low level.
Yes.
Can't come to any conclusion.
No.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to a, what is it, for lack of a better term, a clawable mass
Yes.
holding out 278. Were you actually given swabs from this or the exhibit itself?
I was given the mask itself.
I'm going to show you what is in marked states exhibit number 278. Can we in fact see the crime lab designations and letters that let us know that you reviewed and took a look at this piece of evidence?
Yes.
What did you do in an attempt to determine if you could find any human DNA on this?
I looked at the mask and did some swabbing from the, what I thought was the inside sort of mouth or eye opening area. I saw some whitish stains there.
And were you able to develop any human DNA from the reports of this mask?
No, there was a limited amount of DNA present.
So you attempted to, you just couldn't do anything.
Right.
Human DNA can't help you.
Right. It didn't go into any of the rest of the process. Once I determined that the levels were too low.
Nothing you can do.
No.
Okay. Now, you were also provided a toothbrush reportedly from a backpack.
Yes.
Okay. And in regards to this toothbrush, where did you attempt to develop human DNA sample?
I swabbed the handle of the toothbrush and also the bristles and back of the head of the toothbrush.
Okay. I want to start off with the handle of this toothbrush. Were you able to come to any comparisons or conclusions as to the presence of human DNA on this toothbrush?
Yes, there is human DNA present.
What was your conclusion?
It's a 3-person mixture with at least one man.
3 people on the handle of the toothbrush?
Yes.
1 man?
At least one.
Were you able to come to the conclusion of Bryshon Tyler on the handle of the toothbrush?
Yes, the likelihood ratio when compared to Bryshon and Tyler fell into our uninformative range, and therefore no conclusions can be made.
Okay. Did you do any comparisons to Tremaine Jones?
Yes.
What was that?
That it's at least 1 trillion times more likely to observe the DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Tremaine Jones and 2 unknown people than if it's a mixture of 3 unknown people.
So very strong support.
Yes.
And what was the ratio number again?
At least 1 trillion times.
At least 1 trillion. So again, highest number?
Yes.
Okay. And how many other areas of the toothbrush did you attempt to develop DNA from?
I swabbed the bristles in the back of the head.
And were you able to find human DNA there?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion?
That is a single source male profile, so there's only DNA from only one person.
One person on the bristles?
Yes.
In terms of that one person on the bristles, were you able to come to any conclusion?
It was consistent with Tremaine Jones.
Looking at, just kind of making sure we've covered everything. We've kind of gone through all of the various items that you were asked to take a look at. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be fair, are all of these conclusions that we just discussed, are they included in your report here, State's Exhibit number 328?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move State's Exhibit number 328 into evidence. I have no further questions of this witness.
Any objection? No objection. Received without objection. Cross.
Thank you. It's Polakowski, right?
Yes.
Okay. I know that you said this already, but I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. DNA is not left behind every time, right?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So at least not in a measurable amount.
In a measurable amount, correct. So if I reached out and touched my water bottle, it would be unclear if I left touch DNA on that water bottle.
That's correct.
Okay. And if there is DNA detected on something, sorry, I feel like I'm yelling. It's scientifically impossible to tell how long that DNA has been there.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me if this is right or wrong. Generally, on a general level, touch DNA is not as findable as, like, say, saliva, blood, stuff like that.
DNA that's transferred through touching something or wearing something typically is at lower levels than a body fluid. Body fluids typically have higher levels of DNA in them.
Okay, so you would generally expect there to be less DNA found in touch and more DNA found in, say, a lick or a speck of blood or something like that.
I'd say typically there are, you know, if you repeatedly touch something or, you know, you could deposit a fairly large amount of DNA on there.
And that was actually my next question. So generally you would expect the more something is touched or worn, there would be more DNA.
I would say yes, but you know, in touching something too, you may deposit DNA and you may remove some DNA that's already there. So there have been a lot of studies done, and it's kind of, there's not a lot of, I don't know, they don't always agree on what they find.
Fair to say the amount of DNA that can be found is not an exact science.
Not for items that are touched, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the difference between some of the items on the list of things that you tested. So the grip of the palmetto, that was not suitable for comparison because there was not enough DNA, correct? I'm talking about swabs 31A.
That is because the profile that was obtained was really too low to make a meaningful comparison.
And that's different than, say, from swab 45A, where actually there was too much DNA.
Yes, that was a complex mixture, so that was would have been more DNA.
Okay, so continuing with the testing process can be stopped or can't continue because either there's not enough DNA or there's too much DNA.
Right, and complexity can also mean that not only that there's a larger number of people there, but maybe it's also at a lower level and it's hard to determine the number of contributors. If I can't determine how many people are in that mixture, I can't run it through StarMix and get the profile that way.
I guess my point is those are, I guess, different versions of uninformative, right?
There are different versions of we just can't use it, yes.
Okay. I want to talk about the ranges a little bit. So when something is uninformative, it can actually be from like 0 up to 3, right? Or 0 to -3, right?
It's actually to 1,000. A likelihood ratio up to 1,000, either for inclusion or exclusion, is within our uninformative range.
And by I'm saying 3 or -3, I meant like to the power of, right? With
Yes.
that many zeros.
Yes.
Okay. So there is the math equation that you do with StarMix does kind of put out a number, but it's in the uninformative range because it's somewhere between 0 and 1,000, right?
Yes, which is how we know it's in the uninformative range.
Right. And that 1,000 is still a number, but it's just not something that's sort of considered, I guess, good enough to make it into the next level.
For our purposes, when we validated the software that is StarMix, we noted a few instances where somebody would be included at a very low level that would fall into that range when they truly weren't a part of the mixture we were looking at. And so because there is the chance at that level of including someone who's not truly there, we went with an uninformative range.
So what you're saying is it's just not, the science at that level is just not quite good enough yet.
It's not that it's not good enough. It's just for our purposes, based on our validation, we didn't want to take the chance of having an inclusive stat for someone who truly wasn't there.
Got it. That's sort of like a crediting standard, kind of, or like a standard that your lab uses in certainty, kind of.
It's what we use as a laboratory and have decided to use based on our validation.
Got it. Thank you. No more questions.
Any redirect? All right, thank you. You may step down. I think we need to take a break to make sure our TVs are good. We had a power surge thing over the lunch hour, and I want to make sure that's up and running so we move smoothly. So I'll give you a break. Please do not research any information you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate this case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic.
That's Bryce on time. Heard Lisa.
You see him.
In Milwaukee County, the trial of Tremaine Jones, the man charged in the fatal shooting of a Milwaukee police officer last summer, Officer Kendall Corder, and of course also a shooting that wounded his partner, police officer Christopher McCrae. It's 2:12 right now. This will probably be the last break for a while, and I'll be handing it over to Mary Stoker-Smith for the rest of the afternoon to fill you in. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Let's take you back out to the courtroom now.
All right, Mr. Huebner, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Tremaine Jones.
Raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under the pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record?
Jamea Kitler.
Spell it, please.
Jermela Kitler, Kittler.
So, ma'am, I'm just gonna kind of move this up so we can hear you, okay? I want you to lean in as best you can and try to speak up so everyone can hear you. Understood?
Okay.
Okay. Now, I want to start off by asking you if you know who certain individuals are, okay?
Okay.
To begin with, do you recognize the person in State's Exhibit number 317? You can see right there behind you?
Yes.
Who is that?
Me.
Okay. Do you know an individual who goes by the nickname Maine?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please, to the best of your ability, point and describe where he is and what he's wearing?
He's to the right of the room, and you have on a plaid shirt.
Does he have a tie on?
No.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness kind of nodded with her head in the direction of the defendant and described the defendant?
I think it's adequate, Judge.
All right, that the record will reflect.
How long have you known the defendant?
Years.
I'm sorry?
A couple years.
Couple of years?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. What was your relationship?
Yeah.
Were you friends, acquaintances?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
I'm sorry?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Boyfriend and girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention to June of last year. Were you aware of whether or not the defendant was in a relationship with someone else?
No.
Did you later find out that he was?
Yes.
So he had been in a relationship with you and this other woman, is that fair?
Negative.
I'm sorry?
No.
He wasn't also in a relationship with someone else?
Yeah, but like he wasn't in a relationship with me.
Oh.
Okay.
Were you two talking?
Yes.
And talking is referring to not just, conversation, but sometimes can mean being in.
Yes.
Your Honor, not to interrupt, will witness speak up? I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing her.
Sure.
I'll do the best I can.
Yep. We'll move the microphone as much as we can.
Best I can, okay? I want you, if you could, lean in a little bit, all right?
Okay.
Speak up as best you can.
No chance you're going to be too loud.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, does there come a time where this other woman contacts you or reaches out to you angry about the fact that you've been intimate with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you know her name?
No.
How does she reach out to you?
Social media.
Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any arrangement to do anything?
To fight. To fight.
To fight? Okay. Now, one moment. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit number 126. Kind of recognize that apartment building we see in State Exhibit number 126?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who lived there?
The girl I fought.
So she challenged you to a fight, right?
Right.
Did you, and talking about the day before the officers, whatever happened to them, we'll get back to that in a minute, but before they died, the day before that, is that when she challenged you to go over and fight?
Yes.
Did you go over there?
Yes.
Did you go alone?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't.
Did you bring people with you?
Yes.
How many?
Like 4, 3.
3 or 4 people?
Yes.
Were they all girls?
No.
They're boys?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, so we understand this, during this first incident, this first fight, did the defendant go in?
No.
Now, did you fight this other woman?
Yes.
Where did you fight her?
Outside her house.
In the street?
Yes.
Did your friends videotape it?
Yes.
Why are you videotaping fighting girls?
I am a girl.
No, why are you videotaping fighting another girl?
No reason.
Are you the only one that fights this girl?
No.
So she's fighting you?
Yes.
Do your friends jump in?
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
She got jumped.
Do you and your friends jump her?
Yes.
Why?
For the thrill of it.
Does the fight end?
Yes.
What happens?
We both go home.
I want to talk about the day after this, when your friends jumped this tree.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the day the officer died.
Okay.
Do you end up going back over to this residence?
Yes.
Why?
To fight again.
Do you bring people with you again?
Yes.
How many people do you bring with you?
Same people.
Same people?
Yes.
Does it include a guy again?
Yes.
Same guy?
No.
Now, when you go over there, does this woman have her own friends?
Yes.
Is there a boy with the other girls group?
Yes.
Did you know this person?
No.
What happened?
We fight again. She got jumped.
So, again, you're fighting her, but not one-on-one.
No.
You start one-on-one, but your friends jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
Does this boy who's with her, does he intervene?
Not necessarily.
What does he do?
He likes not to break it up or something.
Try to break it up?
Yeah.
Did he have a firearm?
Yes.
Did he use it to prevent this boy that was with you from jumping?
A little, kind of, but not really.
What do you mean by that?
Like he upped it to defuse them from jumping her.
So you say he upped it, when he kind of pulled out his gun?
Yes.
Did he use it at this time? Did he fire it?
No.
Did that break up the fight?
Yes.
Were you mad about that?
Yes.
Why were you mad about
Because he should never up the gun.
He should never have upped the gun trying to protect his friend from getting shot.
Mm.
No. You shouldn't have done that? Yes or no? Should he not have done that? But you were mad he did it.
Yes.
Did you call anyone because you're mad?
Yes.
Who do you call?
Tremaine.
The defendant?
Yes.
Now, are you, the people you're with, the group of girls that you brought, are any of them related to the defendant?
Yes. Family.
His cousins?
Yeah.
So, what do you tell the defendant that's just happened?
I don't remember.
Tell them about the boy with the firearm?
I don't recall.
Can you repeat that answer? I'm sorry.
She said, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Why did you call?
Because there was another meal there.
Can you repeat that answer? I'm sorry. I couldn't hear that answer either.
Yeah. Because there was another meal there.
Any other man?
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant to bring a firearm?
No.
Did you think he would?
Yes.
Does the defendant tell you whether or not he's going to come over?
No.
Does he come over?
Yes.
How long were you waiting for the defendant to get there?
I don't remember. But
Long time, short time?
like both.
Now, when the defendant shows up, what does he have with him?
Meaning,
Sorry?
much for anybody.
Does the defendant show up carrying anything or wearing anything?
A book bag.
Book bag?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Did he have anything that he carried around in his hand?
Yes.
What?
A gun.
When the defendant shows up, the other girl and the boy with the gun who broke up the getting jumped, are they still outside or are they gone inside?
They inside their house.
So what are you and the defendant and the rest of your group doing?
Trying to get them to come back outside.
How are you doing that?
Like yelling and stuff.
Yelling at them?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Are you threatening them?
No.
Was the defendant threatening?
I don't remember.
Was the defendant saying, come outside or I'll shoot the house up?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I would like to show you what I have. State's exhibit number 125, currently in the computer. One more minute. Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 125 in the computer. It is has the single video on it, which I will be opening using the move feature, movie feature. And when you see the TV, I know you got to crane your neck a little bit. We don't have real good placement here, but can you see behind you?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to draw your attention to this individual that we can see right here. Who is that person?
Tremaine.
Tremaine?
Yes.
The defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see he's got a weapon and this jacket that says "Just Do It" on it. And here to have some sort of ski mask or shiesty on his head. Yes? No?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking.
Yes.
Playing from 0 minutes and 0 seconds into the recording.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Be the fuck quiet.
They got to do this. What you want? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Pausing at 19 seconds. What's the defendant doing with this firearm while you guys are all outside this park?
Holding it.
And you stated he was saying, "Come outside or I'll shoot the house up."
I didn't hear it.
What are you doing?
Waiting on the girl to come outside.
You're gonna fight her again?
Yes.
Now, and best of your ability, if you could, and I now have State's Exhibit number 124 in the computer. 124 has a video folder, which is the folders from Markeisha Johnson. This is the first video within that video folder. And ma'am, I want you to take a look at the screen as you can while I play this. And pausing at 3 seconds into the video. Do you recognize those two people in that video?
I can't tell from behind.
Can that need to be repeated? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Said she couldn't tell.
Got it. Thank you.
Playing from 3 seconds into the video. Keep looking there. And we're pausing at 7 seconds into the video. You recognize this group of 4 people that we see right there.
Yes.
Who is that?
Me and my friends.
You and your friends?
Yes.
What clothing are you wearing?
A white shirt with a scarf.
Is this you right here then?
Yes.
Okay. And who's this woman in the black right in front of you?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, one of your friends?
Yes.
You don't remember her name? No?
No.
Okay. Is she related to the defendant?
No.
This person right here, who's that?
My little brother.
Okay. And this person that we can see right here in the blue, who's that?
My friend.
Your friend? What's
Yes.
her name?
I have to say her.
Yes, ma'am.
Deasia.
Deasia?
Yes.
Okay. And who's this individual we can see with the backpack?
Tremaine.
Tremaine, the defendant?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, how long are you and your friends and your family and the defendant out there trying to get this girl to come outside again?
I don't remember.
Does the defendant ever do anything with the weapon?
Yes.
What does he do?
Let off around in the air.
He let off a round in the air?
Yes.
Shot into the air?
Yes.
Then what happens?
We walked down the street from that area.
Now, I want to see if I can. I think I may have just misplaced this pivot. Show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 315. And we're looking at State's Exhibit number 315. I'm going to kind of just move in and zoom in so we can see what we're looking at here. If we can see Garfield, 25th, the apartment building that you're outside of, and then kind of going towards 24th Place. Were you walking down Garfield?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the street you were walking down?
No.
How far did you walk down?
Like blocks.
Before you get down the block, you hear any more gunshots?
No.
You only hear Tremaine fire off one round at the house?
Yes.
Do you ever hear any other shots and the people inside the house return fire?
Yes.
Where are you when that happens?
Like down the street.
Down the street. You hear more gunfire down by the apartment?
Yes.
Does the defendant ever rejoin your group?
I don't remember.
What about, was there kind of a skinny guy in a white shirt that just kind of seemed to be hanging around watching what was going on? Lived with his grandmother down below?
No.
You don't remember seeing him?
No.
Now, I'll show you another video. I'm replacing State's Exhibit number 184, which is a video from 2217. And I now have the second video from 2217 currently on the screen. Can you see the screen from where you are? Guess that one's at a little bit, they're both at angles, I apologize. But I want to play here from 0 minutes and 0 seconds. And pausing at 7 seconds. This is your group here, isn't it?
Okay.
Who's this individual right here with the backpack?
Okay.
This guy here with the white shirt, you even remember seeing him that day?
No.
Okay. Now, man, at some point, you guys are kind of, you mentioned you walk down the block and we kind of see you here by an alley. At some point, do you see a vehicle pull up that you notice?
Yes.
What about it? Make it stand out to you?
It was a police car with no lights.
How do you know it was a police car?
Because I know police cars.
Okay. What about it seemed to be police?
The car.
Did it, when it pulled up, did it have its lights on or lights off?
Lights off.
Sorry?
Lights off.
Lights off.
Mm-hmm.
Say yes?
Yes.
When you see this vehicle pulling up, is that when you begin to move away from that intersection?
Yes.
And where do you go?
Down a block some more, I believe.
You walk down the alley?
Yes.
And who goes with you?
My group.
When you see this police car you believe to be a police car, and it pulls up with its lights on, you say anything to anybody?
Yes.
What do you say?
I told them it was the police. So let's go.
Who you say that to?
Everybody.
And who's all that?
The people you see on the video.
Was the defendant around?
Huh?
Was the defendant there?
Yes.
Now, when your group leaves, that group of girls and your brother, that was one, does the defendant go with you?
No.
Do you know where he goes?
No.
You go down an alley and you don't see where he goes?
No.
Tell you he's going anywhere?
No.
Where do you walk to?
Somewhere to call an Uber.
Did you get an Uber?
Yes.
Did you hear any gunshots at this point?
No.
Were you present when the officers were shot?
No.
Do you know anything about what happened in that alley after you left?
No.
Now, once you get home,
Right.
do you ever have any more contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Explain to us how that happened.
He called me.
Okay. What did he say?
That he needed some clothes.
He needed some clothes?
Yes.
Did you bring him some clothes?
Yes.
And how did you get back to where he was?
Oh.
An Uber?
Yes.
And when you get back to, where do you end up meeting him, if you remember?
On 25th and Garfield.
In the area where this happened?
I guess.
Do you even know the streets?
No.
So you meet him somewhere over, we're kind of in the area, but you don't know exactly.
Right.
When you met him in that area, wherever that was there a bunch of police around him?
No.
Did you bring him that change of clothes?
Yes.
Did you ever ask him why he needed a change of clothes?
No.
Why not?
Why should I?
Now, I want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 261. Recognize this?
Yeah.
Whose is it?
I guess Tremaine's.
How to get into your house? Police found it in your house. How did they get there?
Y'all found Tremaine at my house.
Sorry?
Y'all found him at my house.
I understand. Was he wearing this when you brought him his change of clothes?
No.
Did you place this in your bag or his own clothes into your bag?
Yes.
Did you carry that bag then into your house?
Yes.
Now, when you go to meet him and you provide him the change of clothes, does he change?
Yes.
You never ask him why he needed it?
No.
Does he mention, kind of a couple things I want to talk about. When you run into the defendant now, does he have his backpack on him?
No.
Does he have his gun on him?
No.
Does he mention where they are?
No.
Does he ask you to help him go look for anything?
Yes.
What does he say?
He dropped his book bag. Can we help him find it?
And when you go looking for it, do you see anything?
No.
Do you ever see police in the area?
Yes.
What is the defendant's demeanor like while he is there asking you to go look for his book bag after having you bring him a change of clothes?
Intoxicated.
What's he saying?
that he loves us,
What else is it?
and that tomorrow wasn't promised for him.
Tomorrow wasn't promised for him?
Yes.
I'm saying he seems suicidal.
Yes.
Did he ever tell you what changed?
No.
Now, ma'am, do you eventually, you and the defendant go back to your house?
Right.
When you were doing all this, was anyone else with you besides the defendant?
Yes.
Who was that?
Deasia. Deasia.
Deasia. And do all three of you go back to your house?
Yes.
How do you get back?
Uber.
At some point during this transport, do you learn about officers being shot?
Not until we arrived to the house.
Did you realize it was in the area you just entered?
Yeah.
Did that seem suspicious to you?
No.
Did you ask the defendant about it?
No.
Did you think he was involved?
No.
Do you remember telling a detective that you put two and two together and you weren't stupid?
No.
Shortly after you got home, the police were there, right?
Right.
Did the police ask you if the defendant was in your house?
Yes.
Did you tell them the truth?
Yes.
Did you tell them he was in your house?
No.
What did you say?
I said I don't know.
But you knew it wasn't your house. Right?
Yeah.
Why'd you tell him I don't know?
Because when they came, sorry.
Why'd you tell him I don't know?
Because he probably could have left out the house when I went out the front door. It was a back door or windows.
So you're saying the reason you said I don't know is because maybe you decided to take it off?
Yeah.
Really, you were just hoping the police would go away.
Yes.
You weren't going to tell them what the defendant had.
No.
You weren't going to cooperate with the police.
No.
Last time you saw him, he was in your house.
Right.
You didn't tell him, well, I don't know, maybe he jumped out the window, but he was in my house in the back bedroom, did you?
No.
You just said, I don't know.
Right.
The police did find him in your house, didn't they?
No.
He was arrested coming from that.
Coming out the house.
They got him coming out.
Right.
He was there.
Yes.
Now, ma'am, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
2.
And additionally, ma'am, in terms of this process, you were arrested that. Is that fair?
Right.
In fact, you were charged with harboring or aiding a felon.
Right.
You have an attorney who's actually seated right there.
Correct.
And you are scheduled to have a plea of guilty after this case.
Right.
In exchange for testifying, you will plead guilty to a harboring or aiding, and the state will recommend incarceration of the court.
Right.
You understand the judge can do whatever the judge wants to do.
Correct.
You're hoping that your attorney will be able to use this to get you some credit.
Right.
That was the negotiations.
Right.
In exchange for you telling the truth about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
Who you saw fire off that round outside that street.
Right.
Or who you saw come and bring the gun to that altercation.
Correct.
Over who you saw call and ask you to bring a change of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a yes?
Yes.
And in each one of those situations, it was the defendant, right?
Yes.
The defendant had that right. Yes.
You asked me?
The defendant had the right.
Correct.
He brought that gun to that location. Right.
Correct.
And in those videos, I want to make sure that we understand the videos that we just saw, that individual wearing the Just Do It with the rifle and the backpack. Every one of those cases, that was the defendant, Tremaine, right?
Correct.
Nothing else, thank you.
Thank you, Cross.
Thank you. Ms. Kitler,
Yes.
can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I'm clear, you testified today that there was 2 fights with the same girl, correct?
Correct.
One was on the 25th.
Right.
Sorry, I should be more specific. One was on June 25th
Yes.
and one was on June 26th, right?
Yes.
Okay. That first fight on June 25th, was Tremaine Jones there?
No.
The second night on June 26th, he was not there originally, right?
Right.
You called him, right?
Yes.
And you told him to come because this time there was another male there, right?
Right.
And that male had a gun?
Right.
And you said that male, I think something along the lines of upped that gun, right?
Right.
And you were mad about that because now someone brought a gun to a fist fight, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was the person who upped that gun, I know you said you don't know who it is, but do you remember what he was wearing?
A red jacket, I believe.
Okay, so he was wearing red.
Okay.
Okay. And you don't remember how long you were outside of this apartment waiting for this girl to come back out, right?
No.
Okay. And you testified today, you don't know her name?
No.
Okay. So you fought this girl 2 times, you received Facebook messages from her, and you never found out her name?
I didn't care to.
Okay. Do you remember being interviewed by Detective Jordan? I think it was on June 27th. Do you remember that?
No.
You don't remember being interviewed?
No.
Okay. If they wrote a report that said you were interviewed, would that be incorrect?
No.
Okay, so you were interviewed.
Right.
Okay. If it said in their report you knew that female's name was Nira, would that be incorrect?
They said her name.
Can you repeat what you said? I'm sorry.
They said her name. I don't remember it.
They told you her name. Okay.
Right. Correct.
You didn't tell them their name.
Right.
If it said in the report they did, would that be wrong?
Mm.
Okay, so they must have just wrote something incorrect in their report.
Probably.
Okay. I want to ask you something about what the prosecutor asked you about hearing a second round of shots. So you said Tremaine shot 1 shot in the air, right?
Correct.
You saw that with your own eyes.
Correct.
Okay. Then you said at some point you heard a second round of shots, right?
Correct.
Did you testify just now that it was someone returning fire?
Yes.
Okay, but how do you know that? Because you said you only heard it. You don't know. Okay, so my question is, did you see the shots or hear it?
Here.
But you somehow know that it was return fire.
Well, he did not say return fire. He said, did I hear fires? And did I hear fire returning also? So did I hear 2 gunshots going off? Did I hear different sounds? Yes, correct.
Okay. So you could tell there was some return fire just by the sound.
Right.
Got it. But you didn't see it.
No.
Okay. At some point, an Uber picks you and your friends up somewhere around, I think we see it on the video, around the mouth of that alley, right?
Correct.
You don't know what happens to Tremaine after that.
No.
He's not in the Uber with you.
No.
You don't see or hear nothing.
No.
Okay.
So I'm just pausing real quick. For those guys that are looking for the Hawaii trial, I am opening up the room for Hawaii. If you are interested in watching the Hawaii trial, I will continue to go ahead and play this case, I think, only because their day in Milwaukee will be ending very soon. It is around 3 o'clock there, 3 or so there. So I'll keep this room open. But those that want to See Hawaii, I am opening up the room, and let me drop that link for you guys so you can have it. But we'll continue the testimony for those that are interested in the Tremaine Jones trial. I'll leave this plan here. Okay, so here you go, guys, for those that want to get to Hawaii. And for those that are watching the Tremaine Jones, we'll stay right here. Okay, here we go, guys.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Amy, take Ms. Kitler down. Do you have you can call another witness? It's a little early for a break. What do you think?
I have, if it's okay with the deputies, I can keep going.
Okay, that's fine. We'll just get her out of here.
Our state calls Detective Nadiva Malata.
Okay.
Recall, Detective.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or under the pain and penalty of perjury.
I do.
Please state your first and last name and phone bill for the record.
First name is Ndiva, spelled Ndiva. Last name Malafa, Malafa.
Detective, I want to draw your attention to another aspect of this investigation. Were you involved in a subpoena for cell phone records?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, well, just bear with me. Detective. All right, I'm moving between exhibits, so let me pull this up real quick. When you are subpoenaing the phone records, in particular, whose phone number are you attempting to subpoena?
For this particular incident, it was Mr. Jones.
Okay. And I want to just kind of make certain that we know this. Just one moment. One moment. I've misplaced everything.
Everything. Okay. We'll give you a minute.
There we go. Thank you. Now, in terms of searching or subpoenaing a phone number, and one moment. What is the process that you use in order to obtain that phone?
The first thing that we're going to do is identify a number that's associated with the suspect, in this case, Mr. Jones. We were able to identify the number of 414-334-6658 through a custodial interview of Jamea. Once we verify that number, we verify the phone company that the provider is. In this case, it was T-Mobile. And then we draft a search warrant, which has an affidavit, which is a probable cause statement that is reviewed by the district attorney's office and then approved by a judge.
And what I want to show you is, just so we have it, this is where I was trying to go, State's Exhibit number 290, in regards to this particular phone, that phone number that you ended up looking for, do we see it on this, in fact, this receipt?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And now placing this here on the big screen, show you what we have there, and going to zoom in terms of what we are talking about. We can see that the customer name on this receipt for the firearm receiver, Tremaine Jones, 2203 North 25th Street, and then that phone number that you're referring to, 414-334-6658.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you're attempting to find these phone records, is there any particular information that you're requesting in an attempt to see if it can be used for further investigation?
Yes, in particular, we're looking for communication records maintained by the phone company, as well as any other information like subscriber information to identify who that phone is subscribed to.
Okay. And when we're talking about some of that cell phone information, are you hoping to get what's referred to as cell tower records?
That's correct.
What are cell tower records and why are you asking?
So in essence, whenever your phone is being utilized, it also has to use the cell tower itself to communicate with other devices, or in some cases, even data. So what we do is we ask T-Mobile to obtain any historical data associated with that device in particular, to see any location information that device utilized when communicating with other devices.
Thank you. Now, I had it on one of these exhibits. Here's this place where I put it. We'll just bear with me. I apologize. It's on a CD that I've not yet moved into evidence. That's my fault. It's on another piece of evidence that I originally planned to bring in earlier, and I'm going to be bringing that in right now. Court will just bear with me 1 minute.
Sure.
I'm going to place State's Exhibit number 329 in the computer. Now, detective, is going to be pulling this up very quickly. In terms of these cell phone records and the cell tower data that we're going to be eventually just kind of taking a look at, was a warrant done for those particular records, specifically for that phone number we just discussed?
Yes, it was.
And when we are going to be kind of going through and referring to and looking at some of those informations, I want to just take a look at, I have, Your Honor, State's Exhibit number 329. There is a folder entitled Tremaine Jones Cell Phone Return. Within it, it contains a number of different PDFs as well as Microsoft Excel spreadsheets. I would move those into evidence at this time.
I don't object.
Received without objection.
Thank you. Now, detective, sorry it took me so long to find it, but in terms of what we're seeing here regarding this first page, is this what's referred to as basically a letter authentication letter by T-Mobile that is letting us know that these records that we have requested for a specific time regarding timing advance, cell tower, and other data are true and accurate business records.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you receive those records from T-Mobile regarding this phone number?
Myself and FBI agent George Inos received them.
And did you then turn those records over to or did the Milwaukee Police Department turn it over to FBI agents, Special Agent George Reiner, so he can do his math?
That's correct.
And then lastly, just so we can kind of have a good look at everything we're referring to. And as it's coming on, we can end up seeing within these are a number of what we refer to as cell phone records, cell tower records with various different points of data. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, you yourself are not a person trained involved in cell tower math. Is that true?
To this extent, correct.
So you get that and you just hand it over to the special agent.
That's correct.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. No further questions.
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, can we take a little break while we get ready for the next witness?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, do not research any information you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented or investigate this case on your own. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, or any other electronic application about this trial. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use any electronic device to share any information about this case. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. Enjoy your break. We'll get you back probably in 10:15. Thank you.
Hey Frank, how you doing? Welcome in. How's your day going? I don't know. It look like they still got snow on the lake. So they're on a break. She said about 10 or 15 minutes, so they should be back pretty soon. Um, I don't know, guys. I think he cooked. You know, we didn't the guy earlier who testified, and I don't know if you guys missed it or not. I did clip it and I did put it on our channel website. But man, oh man, he basically identified Tremaine or Maine, whatever y'all want to call him. He identified him. He saw the fight the night before. He saw the fight the next day. He even saw where Tremaine was when the officers got shot. He was the one that was in the alley that came and asked the officer, was approaching the officer, the one who survived, Christopher, and he was the one approaching him. And Christopher didn't know if that was somebody else trying to hurt them, so he told him to get away from him. So he seen everything. He even talked to Tremaine after the incident. After he didn't say what he didn't said on the stand, like that right there, like we done. He like cooked, like it ain't nothing else, like because the guy didn't have nothing. The little boy, I'm gonna call him a young man because he sounded like he was probably like 18, 19 years old. You know, of course, he was out there recording everything because he was doing it for the gram. He said the reason why he kept following him and everything like that is because he was doing it for the gram. So, yeah. Yeah, so there's that for that reason. Like, so with that information, like, I don't think it's anything else. And then now she done got up there and said what happened. I don't see is no way to get around it. at all. So yeah, he's going down, and they do not have the death penalty in Milwaukee. So guys, it's just gonna be him. Yeah, everything is for the gram, right? He literally was risking his life for the gram, Frank. He was like, he was following around, even when he shot up in the air, he didn't care. He was still following him. Like, I'm coming right where you at so I can get it so he can post it. You know, even though they may not understand it. Yeah, that's why the young man was doing it, because they don't be paying attention. They don't be caring. They don't think nothing. They fearless, right? They don't think nothing can happen to them. You know, even the guy asked him, he's like, well, you didn't even go check on your grandma? Like, you didn't even go check on them? Wait a minute. I did that wrong. Like, you don't want to check on your grandma? You don't want to do nothing? That's what you wanted to do? It's just what you did there? Oh, man. You know what? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they did. I know they didn't have no DNA or fingerprints on the weapon. That's what I can tell you. I typically go back and listen to the testimony again, because in the background I be doing so much that I can't pay attention to a lot of the stuff. But he didn't have the attorney asked me, he's like, well, you was just following this guy around that you did not know. He decided, and he also, like, he told May, like, look, I'm about to go make sure ain't no cops coming right now. Like, he went and made sure, like, he was like he went from a bystander to he was the lookout man, to where he was, if you want to call it, he wanted to do the escape plan, because he said Maine came up to him, you know, he seen him in somebody's backyard. Maine came up to him and was like, man, I left my book bag. And the guy was like, don't go back and get that book bag. So he played all time. So he was with Maine until the end. Like, and not just he was there the night before when the girls were fighting. So he got all the information, not just bits and pieces of it. He got it from the beginning to the end. You got that right. Like, wow. I mean, that what better witness to have? And you know, this case is just as ratchet can be. When we start every day off, I shit you not, guys, we start every day off. The prosecutor got to let the judge know who has a record. They did the same thing yesterday. They came into court, and the prosecutor was like, look, I need to put on the record such and such and such and such has a record. They have 2 misdemeanors. They have 2 felonies. I also got to put on the record that such and such and such and such also has a record. Like, everybody that they bring in or that they witness there has a record. So that's how we start off the day. Each day is everybody got a record. Look. So we ain't hiding nothing from nobody. But look, we upfront and personal. Everybody got a record before we even get in. I've never seen a case like that. Like, every now and again, like in the middle of a trial, we may get where a witness about to come to the stand and they got a record. That's how we know who's gonna be called that day, because as soon as they come into court each day, the prosecutor like, look, I'm gonna let you know who got a record. We need to put it on the we need to talk about it before they come in here and testify. That's how we knew that the girl was coming to testify, and also that she has charges in this case too, with the same case. As you heard, the new boo thing. These chicks don't even know each other's name. The girlfriend from yesterday, who was quote unquote possibly the baby mama, because remember, she thought she was the baby mama, that he was the baby daddy. She got up on the stand yesterday saying that she was fighting this girl and didn't even know her name. All they know is Facebook stuff. And I don't know, this girl that we just saw today, she was really bold. Like, who goes to somebody's house to fight them? Y'all ain't meet, they not even meeting at the park. I'm not telling you where I live. and maybe she knew from Maine being there, you know, Maine, him being there. But you know, I thought that his defense was very, very good until that young man testified. I think that they could have denied because nobody, not even the officers that were hit with the bullets, the one that survived, not on any camera footage. They had nothing except for he was out there with the pew pew. That's all they had. So I thought that they could raise some concerns in regards to reasonable doubt. But now that you had that young man on the stand that was following him, like he was literally following him the whole night. They were walking together, talking together, talk before and after the incident, during the incident. And the defense had to know that that guy was testifying. They are not that naive to not know what testimony coming in. So for them to come in regards to the opening statements and tell us, hey, you know, it's an unfortunate accident that just happened, but Tremaine wasn't the shooter. They got the wrong person. Okay, well, who was it? Are you trying to say the young man that was on the stand was the shooter? Because I thought that's what they was gonna try to pull off. Because that's the star witness, in my opinion. I mean, there's no getting around that. None. No way. Yeah, so yeah, I guess we'll see. They still at break. It is, and the officer, guys, he was only 32 years old. It is just a sad situation, even though we here looking at it and we diagnosing it, and you know we make light of the situation. He was only 32 years old. I mean, he a baby, as far as I'm concerned. Yep. Hey, Derek, how you doing? So they should be coming back into court soon. That's good. Yeah. So I see they. I'm trying to look in the background to see if they coming back. Not just yet, but soon they'll be back. That is good. Let me see. So, and this is day 3. I think we'll be at the jury. We'll probably be at the jury, I say no later than Friday or maybe tomorrow. They said I had 150 witnesses, but I promise you guys, we probably done seen like 30 days. We done probably seen about 30 because they going up and down and the defense is not doing any cross-examination of any of these witnesses. The only witnesses that I've seen them really, really do cross-examination on is the young lady that we seen today. And also the young man, the star witness. I'm going to call him the star witness because remember, he was so scared and he didn't want to show his face up there at all. Yeah, and in Milwaukee, they are 2 hours ahead. So it's about 3:30 there. I've been trying to see about this stuff about this Pooh Shiesty. They getting all these little rappers. I don't know why they can't leave the hood, but they can't. Okay, let me get us back in here, guys.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Just over 11 years.
And how long have you been in Milwaukee?
Milwaukee going on about 4 years.
Now, are you familiar, sometimes I get this kind of wrong, are you familiar with what's currently referred to as the CAST or the CIST?
Yeah, so CAST is the